Welcome back to the treehouse. Welcome in, everybody. How is everybody doing today? Hi, Daniel. Hi, Skyheart. Hi, Liam. Hey, Dano. Welcome back. And hi, Car. Welcome in. Is the music too loud? You'll have to let me know if the music's too loud. We are listening to... we got in trouble. We didn't get in trouble. Let me rephrase. We did not get in trouble. I got a bit upset I didn't really get upset. I got a bit upset last time because I did all of this time preparing for a very, very nice meditation, right? So like the Thursday communal healing streams are like really focused on like guided meditation. And I was kind of upset because even our singing bowls got us in trouble. So we have to go with new types of music which are copyright free. So Twitch actually has what is it called? A program and a system called Soundtrack by Twitch, which plays music that is acceptable to have on stream. So we're gonna see how it goes. So be honest and tell me if it's too loud, if it's too quiet, if it's drowning me out. You're gonna have to tell me because I'm not used to this way of doing it. But anyway, I just wanted to let you guys know that that's what we're doing from now on, most likely, unless we can find a way around it. Yeah, copyrighted a singing bowl. Yeah. This CD here was the one we were listening to. And the singing bowl had gotten us in trouble, so I'm gonna try to find a way for me to make some really good recorded tank drum music and singing bowl myself. It's gonna take a long time. It's gonna take a long time. Making audio in Camtasia is like super hard, so it does take a long time. So it's gonna be a minute before I have music prepared. But I'm glad I have the drum at least. We can play around with that. Hi, Alyssa. Hi, Paranoia. You feel down today, Car? I'm sorry. I'll give you a hug, hon. Hey, Eddie. Welcome back. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, I think I said hi to everybody. Hi, Squiffy. Hi, Tom. Hi, Miss Umbra. Hi, Alyssa. I appreciate you guys. So we will do a group card reading before we get started. Hey, Connor. Welcome in. Hi. I just wanted to explain why we were listening to music that was different other than our beautiful singing bowls. I looked. I did not find any singing bowls yet on this soundtrack by Twitch. I didn't find any singing bowls yet, but what can we do? What can we do? Hi, Jen. Hi, Ego. So I will light some candles. I do have it in my mind now to work on getting like my own music sounding nice, because I like my tank drum videos, but the sound quality isn't that great. This mic has a hard time with reverberation, like close up. Like singing bowls and that tank drum, they're instruments that reverberate a lot. Hi, Tiny Sophie. Hi, Jason. It's bollocks. Yeah, it kind of is. But what else can we do? Yeah, it kind of is. It's okay. Well, I read the terms of service, and Twitch doesn't want you to play YouTube either. Spotify or YouTube. So... Hey Mavaria, welcome in. Thank you for your subscription. I appreciate you very much. Welcome back in. Hey Pepsi Cola. You love the hair. Thank you, Tiny. For 3 months in advance. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Hi, Stefan. How are you feeling? Are you feeling good? I hope so. I hope so. So yeah, there's a way around it. I know that there's a way around it. You're just gonna have to give me some time. In the meantime, this is the soundtrack we'll be listening to, so I hope it's okay. And I hope it works for our meditation days, unless I can find something else to use. Unless I can find something else to use. Mavaria, thank you so much for all those gift subs, hon. I appreciate that. Thank you. Keeps us going. Hi, Emma. Hi, Rocker Dyer. Welcome in. So we'll be doing a group message first. So the first carding that we do on stream usually, unless I forget, in which case you guys can remind me, is usually a group reading, a group message for the most people who stop by today. So that's what we'll do first. Alright? Hi, Don Don. So let me get some incense burning. And we will see what message we have for the most people today. The collective. The collective of people who come across our little cozy treehouse. Our little cozy cosmic treehouse. I already have an idea for our next meditation, like our communal healing. Pepsi Cola, thank you for your Prime subscription. I appreciate that. I'll open the queue in just a minute. After this reading, I'll open the queue. And subscribers do get priority in the queue for card reading days. They also earn channel points faster for the days when we don't have a queue. Because we do channel points on Wednesdays when we paint. Hype train, thank you. Thank you, Connor, for helping the treehouse. Thank you. Someone gifted you your sub, Connor. Aw, that's so sweet. And that was for Pete. That's so kind. Thank you for that train, guys. It's very kind of you. So what crystal card do we want to share? Drathion! Thank you. Thank you. So much love in chat. Holy moly, thank you. That met our goal already. It's only 13 minutes into stream and we already met our goal. Whoop whoop. I'm set for the day now. Thank you, Drathion, very much, hon. You're always so supportive. I do also read people who receive gift subs. I do also read people who receive gift subs. It's kind of a kind thing. I would just hope that if you really like your reading, you would maybe feel like you could subscribe, or, gift a subscription to somebody else if you don't want to subscribe. That's how that works. Your hair is amazing. Thank you. I did a little bit of the buns. Positivity. Ugh. Get out of here with that positivity business. Oh, I'm forgetting which cards I normally grab. I'm like, what do I normally do for group reads? What cards do I normally use? How does my stream work? How do I do my job? I don't remember. I don't remember today. So when I read the terms of service, it technically said no YouTuber, no Spotify. And I think I think that's even with like non-copyrighted songs. Like it said no Spotify, no YouTube. So I just don't want to risk it. We'll find our own way around it. It's okay. I just feel bad because if people are like subscribed and like they go to like watch my old videos or something, or even if they're not subscribed and they go to watch my old videos, like you're missing content because like I got muted because of the music. Yeah, no CDs. I did add another chat, like another group in Discord though. I did add a group in Discord. I think what I'm gonna make a subscriber perk is a monthly guided meditation group. That I would probably play music for that, but even that, Discord doesn't really let us use CDs because it will, if I'm not talking the whole time, it will cut the background noise too. No, I don't think we're gonna be able to use CDs. Unless, no, if you are in the Patreon streams, you can have this. We can have the CDs over on Patreon. That's where you can listen to the CDs still. It's on the Patreon streams. Hey, Bio, welcome to the treehouse, hun. Yeah, so no CDs for a while. Hey, CSS1, welcome in. Hey, Dragon Warrior, welcome in. Glad to see you. Acceptance. Ugh. Ooh. So I just drew 2 cards for our community reading. So this is a message and a reading for the group and the collective. Anybody who stops by stream, basically. This is a general message for all. And then we'll open the queue once we're done with this one, okay? It allows some people to get here on time. In time for the queue. This is a group reading, hon. It's a group reading. This card here. I don't think we had this card, but I think we had this card. Hey, the Twitch guy, Zach, welcome in. Hi, Unstablix. You love my hair. Do you want to see it again? Thank you for the compliment. Oh, the other one. Hey, Octo, welcome in. Work that screen. Hi, James. You guys are so funny. Okay, can I start channeling a message now? Are you all ready? Are you all ready? Hi, Preebs. I'm gonna pull away from chat just to start downloading some information. This is gonna be hard with different music. average regular, you just popped in. We are just now starting the channeled message for everybody. So pop a seat. Pop a squat would be what my dad would say, I think. Pop a squat. Alright, we're gonna breathe. You want to know how to channel into your intuition? You gotta pause and take some deep breaths. Hi, Samgelina. Alright, let's see what we can find here. General message for the collective. So am I clear on what my soul really wants? I feel like, with this card we definitely had last week. And I think, obviously, this is still something that is on a lot of people's hearts. Clarity on what they really want out of life, what their soul wants, what their heart wants, what their deepest desire is. People are still looking for clarity on what this is. So how do you connect to your soul? How do you connect to your heart? How do you connect and collect your own intuition, I guess would still work. Hi, crazy bro. Evidently not a short-term goal. Yeah, apparently. Yeah. I mean, this would be a long-term goal. I actually have classes that I teach for free in Discord. I have classes on how to connect to your intuition. These are probably going to move to subscriber at some point, but for now they are free. I train you and teach you and guide you through a meditation on how to connect to your intuition and connecting to your own intuitive gifts. So I feel like if you're not already sure how to connect to your soul and your intuition, it can be really hard to even know how to listen to it and what it even wants. You know what I mean? So I think this is coming through again because it's important to really talk about and express and share how this can be difficult if you're not practiced in listening to your soul and to your heart. So, some people think big picture, but they don't even know how to connect. So I feel like this message is really for everybody to take the time to practice getting in tune with your soul and your intuition. Because you won't ever know this if you don't practice, right? But this card says, take out the shoulds, the limitations, get out of your head, right? Get out of your head. Hi, Ginger. Ginger Ninja, welcome in. Get out of your head and pay attention to your heart's desires. If you knew what was impossible for you to fail at, what would you be doing? Wherever you go and step forward with all your heart. Practice asking yourself, what is it that your soul really wants? What does your heart crave? Then, take a step in that direction. Hi, thank you for the host, Ginger Ninja. Thank you for the follow, 12. I appreciate you, dear. Is it Twin Caverns? Successful hype train. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you so much. We'll open the queue as soon as this is finished. We have one more card. Thank you so much for the love and support, guys. I appreciate you all so stinking much. So again, I do teach mini sessions in Discord on this. I think currently I have it named Guardian Training. I do think that's eventually going to move to a subscriber only channel. However, for now, that is free. If you are interested in joining that while it's free, feel free to join Discord, and you can send me a private message in there and I can provide you with the role. Because I feel like there's a need to help people connect to this part of them. Does it sound like what you need, Jen? Yeah. I mean, we've done it a few times, and you can ask people who have been with me and done it how well it worked for them. They really appreciated it, and I would like to continue to do it for free, but we'll have to see if I can make that a subscriber thing. Because I get tons of gift subs, but I'm trying to find a way to, which is lovely, I appreciate it, but I'm trying to add value to my subscribers, my people who subscribe consistently. I'm trying to add more value to them. Are you a visual learner, Drathion? That's okay. I hold your hand through it, so it's okay. Alright, the Carnelian Spirit is next. Let me just tune into this one really quick. What does this one to say? This is red, which is color of the root chakra. Oh. There's a desire for passion, a desire for passion for life, a desire for elevated ways of living. Hi, King. Elevated states of being, but a need to ground in that energy. Because when we do our group meditations, right, in our healing streams, I'll send out waves of healing, right? You guys have been here. We'll send out the waves of healing, right? We get inspired by that. Then we have a moment to absorb all of it, right? But then we bring it inside of ourselves and we ground it. So I feel like there's inspiration that is being felt, but not held onto, not felt and absorbed for a while. You know what I mean? Like there's just inspiration and then a loss of the inspiration, or a drain of the inspiration, or it's not really going anywhere because it's not gotten grounded. So I would say if anybody's getting inspired to take an action, to be more, to expand more, just take time to really enjoy that moment, right? Take time to enjoy that moment. Take time to enjoy how it feels to just be inspired. You don't have to dismiss it with your ego mind before you even get a chance to try it. Enjoy being inspired. Sit in it for a while. Enjoy how it feels. Then bring it in and ground it. There's a lot of inspiration that does not become grounded. And therefore, it doesn't become anything. So, we need to take our inspiration into us. Hold it. Feel it. Feel how the inspiration allows you to feel. Don't dismiss it. Hold it. You can choose later whether or not you want to do something with it. But in the beginning, you need to take it and hold it. So this message is coming out again because I need to be really practical about how I'm guiding you guys on doing this. Does this make sense to everybody? Does anybody have a question about this message? Because I feel like before I kind of just glanced over it like, oh yeah, everybody should know how to do this. But I think it's coming out again, and especially with this one saying no, take the time to give them the steps. Take the time to show them how to do it. Take the time to make time for it to make sense. Does this make sense to people? This is pretty powerful. This is pretty powerful. You have to feel it. Sometimes we wait until oh, I'll do it when I feel motivated to do it. But we didn't hang on to the inspiration long enough to actually feel it. We kind of just had it come up and then we're like, that's nice to think about, I guess. But then, and it might come up a couple times, you know, we might think about it a few times. That inspiration might leave and then come right back right after, or a while after, or like a week after. We're like, oh man, I keep getting inspired by this thing, but I never keep doing anything. And I think it's about feeling it for a while, absorbing it for a while. Not necessarily dismissing. And then taking the time. This one's way louder. And then taking the time to ground it into us. Okay, so I'll open up the queue. Subscribers do get priority. If you are not subscribed, you can still get a reading. You'll just most likely have to be very, very patient. But if you are patient, you can get a reading. So, I'm actually going to skip this song. This one's way too much. That one's way too much. Way too peppy. It's distracting. So feel free, exclamation point, join, get in there. Get in there. Again, if you want to be part of Discord, I have a couple things going on in there. We have a space, if you join us on our communal healing nights and evenings, you have an opportunity to share your experiences there, get guidance and assistance from other people, and just share the space there. In Discord, I also have guardianship training, where I kind of do a mini meditation and kind of guide you guys to your own intuitive gifts, so that you can be more of a service to yourself, to other people, and you'll just know yourself and your spiritual gifts better. So that is also available in Discord. Right now, that service is free, as well as the communal healing is free. I think the guided meditations for guardian training will eventually be subscriber. But so far, this is how things are working. So you can get both for free right now. Yeah. That filled up really quick. Yeah, it does. Who's first? Who's first? And then I'll answer the reading question. Connor, what do you need, dear? You're first, Connor. So I am an intuitive reader. Okay. So I usually just intuitively read the cards. A lot of the time I connect to your energy. And I'll just relay that information back to you. Sometimes I don't even need cards. It just depends. Sometimes I do use cards, and your guides or my guides will have a chit chat with each other, and they'll chat with me, and then we'll just relay whatever they say to you. Usually a lot of that stuff is translated more easily through imagery in the cards. That's not always the case though. Sometimes I'll just spew lots of stuff at you and I did not look at a single card. It just depends on how things are being translated and transferred. So yes, if you don't have a question, generally it would just be a general read and then we just see what comes out. But a lot of the time that can be, it cannot land as well because you're like, oh, that was cool. But if you have a question and then the information that's coming through like helps you work through that question, it's way more meaningful. Like you found insight in a way that you actually needed. So a lot of the time I do suggest, especially for a first reading, that you have some type of question. Something that is on your heart. But it's totally okay if you just want to check in on something too. But I feel like general readings are good for like really any type of reading, but I feel like mostly general readings are really, really, really good for like people who like read the actual card readings. Like they've learned the technical reading names of the cards. Like those are good. Because then you're like, oh, this card means this, and like very specific things. And there are tons of other tarot readers on Twitch, but hey Faye, welcome in. Yeah, so I'm an intuitive reader, so I usually plug in to the person I'm reading's energy. That usually includes emotions and thought processes. Sometimes that's also current thought processes. For me and my guides, I choose to not plug into heavy details of like trauma because I don't really need to know, and neither does anyone else on stream. As long as you get a healing message that points you in the right direction, there's really no need to go into details. So I hope that makes sense. We're doing tarot readings today. For Connor's first. So Connor, I didn't know if you wanted to share a question, hun? Oh, you're at a crossroads with work and life and not sure to stay safe or change nothing and take a leap. So what should I do? Does that work? That does work, yeah. Yeah. If you get a reading and it'll be your first time to lamb, that would be fun. Would you do a general horoscope reading? I don't really do astrology. That's more Lucy. Like Lucy does astrology. I'm not really good at astrology. Are you thinking about like the future, Vanover? Is that what you're thinking, Co-Vanover? You're thinking like, I want to look into the future. You loved the last stream, Danos. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. Yeah, I like the communal readings, and I feel like having different music will help us much more. So let's see what we can find for Connor. A crossroads with work. So my Thoth deck does love to work with career questions. You came from Ant's stream? Ooh, that's cool. Ant does a really good job. Oh my gosh, he's like so fast. Like I just see the cards go ring, 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 and I'm like, oh man. Oh man, I guess I might be fast if I actually like learned like the technical meanings of the cards. I'd probably be that fast too, maybe. I could probably be that fast, but wow, he's impressive. He gets like 10 cards and like done in like 5 minutes. It's crazy. And I do love Sailor Moon. I've always loved Sailor Moon. It's cool watching him. Yeah, it is. So let's see. Yeah, we're asking questions and getting advice, Slimmy. That's true. Yeah. And thank you for helping, guys. Right, we cannot ask health questions on Twitch. Yeah. It's not allowed. Hey, Invader! Thank you for that 2-month subscription, hon. Does he have a new Sailor Moon deck? Oh, man. That sounds great. I would get a Sailor Moon deck. I would get a Sailor Moon deck. I don't know if this song's actually playing. Let's play the next song. Is the vibe soothing? I'm glad it is. Usually it's more soothing, but I'm a bit extra vocal today. So, how do I identify which psychic? I'm like everything and nothing at the same time. Can I say that? Can I say I'm nothing and everything at the same time? See? Yep. That works too, Emma. Thank you. So let's focus on Connor. What guidance Thoth deck do we have for Connor in regards to a job? Hey, Faye. Hi, Faye. I got 2 cards. Well, I usually go for 6. I usually go for 6 cards. So we'll see how this goes. Oh gosh. I just threw that one across the floor. So we need 2 more cards. It is kind of a nice pace because sometimes when you have a bunch of fast readings, like, I don't know, sometimes it's I don't know, sometimes it's just, it can be effective, especially if like you need something simple. But I don't know, maybe it's just my Scorpio part of me that like overcomplicates like everything. But I'm just like, man, people's questions are complex and layered, and I don't know, sometimes I just feel like I like to spend time like unfolding some of that, you know, and really taking a look. And sometimes that means taking a little extra work and a little extra time. Ooh. So we have 2 more cards we're waiting for, Connor. And then we'll do that singing bowl. Holy crap. I do really like this song. This song feels like stuff we would normally listen to. This song here. Maybe I'll have to just make a list of all the songs I really, really like. I'm glad the stream has helped you 8 Live, hon. So let's get 2 more here. Remember, I let fate choose the cards. I do not choose the cards. Fate chooses the cards. We have 1 more. How long have you been at your current job? You've been there for a while? Like a while. Because automatically when I look at these cards... Thank you, Daniel, for those donuts. Thank you. These sound yummy. Send me one. I would love to send you one. I would too. I would. I would if I could. Download food. 3D print food to people's houses. That's gonna be a thing. That's gonna be a thing. Grandma's cookies. 3D print those. Okay. Alright, Connor. So the first thing, when I look at these cards, the first thing that I get is you've been at your job for a while. Okay? And the second thing that comes through is you feel very stagnant in your job. You have a lot of sorrow and some toxic energy there. And I also feel like there's some oppression, either from higher ups to you, but I also feel like you are also being, how do I even say this? I also feel like you are being asked to do multiple tasks. Like you are being spread too thin. Like you're being asked to do multiple things, but they're not always necessarily part of your job, even though they're kind of maybe making it part of your job now. So I do feel like this has a couple different energies in it. Hey Kiki, welcome in. Just bite it near the camera and you'll take a bite. Okay, Daniel. Okay. I do feel like, though, because see, there's 2 different energies here. There's these 3 cards, which have a lot of, like, heavy repression, sadness, this almost feels like, you recognize that things can't continue at your job, or things that are going on, even with like how people are running things or how it's established, is not sustainable either. So you might be feeling some pressure to jump ship. I do feel like, though, there is an opportunity, Connor, that is there still at that place. Not necessarily in your place, but I do feel like there's an opportunity at that location, at that building, at that job, at that, not necessarily your position now or even in your unit, but there is another opportunity for you within that company that I think that you need to take a look at. I feel like you've been looking, but you've been hesitant because you're kind of wondering, number one, is that what I really want? Number two, could I actually do that new job? Because this is already overwhelming and I'm barely swimming right now. But I feel like this is what you should do. The position that is becoming available or you've been thinking about getting is really where you should go, because I feel like this is going to put a truce on all the toxicity, the oppression, and the sorrow. I feel like you're just kind of under bad management, Connor. So if you could get into, you're just under poor management right now. So I think if you have an opportunity to move under different management within that same company, you have a very good chance to get what you're looking for, which is that satisfaction. Because you've been stagnant for a while. Does this reading make sense, hun? Because especially with how you do multiple jobs already, like, you are marketable in that company. You are marketable in that company. So take that as a positive instead of looking at it as this is a negative that I'm doing 5 people's jobs. Look at it as a positive, saying, I'm doing 5 people's jobs. I am worthy, right? I am worthy. Lift yourself up a bit. Okay, put yourself into a positive place. I am worthy to have more because I do more. So go for the next goal. Okay? This will help heal some of the sorrow, heal some of the toxicity, heal some of the problems with management. I feel like this is really going to be what you want as well. With the Star card, a wish being granted. You'll definitely, with the Moon card, you'll definitely have to check in with your intuition and listen to what it's telling you. But yeah, that's what these cards are saying, is there's another opportunity for you, Connor, within that company. And you should really take some time to look into that and see if you can apply. Don't doubt yourself. You do like 5 jobs, Connor. Do not doubt yourself. You only doubt yourself because of who's around you, sweetie. So change who's around you, okay? You'll feel better. So next is Pepsi Cola. Pepsi Cola. You're welcome, Connor. You are more than capable of doing it. So do what you want to do. Okay? Oh, really? I did see somebody talking about 3D printing in Russia. I did see that, but I was pulled into the reading. People 3D print edible fruit and meat. I've been saying people are going to print food. I've been saying that for probably like at least 10 years. I've been saying that for at least 10 years. Or fax. It was in between printing and faxing. Like, which I guess a fax prints anyway. So it was a combination of faxing and printing that I was saying that too. Thank you for the follow, G. Welcome into the treehouse. You're welcome, Connor, hon. So Pepsi Cola is next in queue. They're saying, I'm going through a hard time right now. So I'm just wondering how I can heal and learn to love myself. Realize, knowing that you want what's best for you is already healing. There are plenty of people that live life carrying all of their baggage for the rest of their life. And that's kind of what they decide they're gonna do. So, deciding that you want something different is already healing. You're looking for practice. How do I practice? I'm gonna draw one Lightworker Oracle, and then we'll plug in Pepsi. What's the best message for Pepsi Cola in regards to healing and self-love? What is the best message for Pepsi Cola in regarding to healing and self-love? Hey Sandy, welcome in. Do you want to pick a number for me, Pepsi Cola? 1 through 5. Can you pick a number for me? Yeah, putting it into practice. Grounding. Taking time to be grounded, gratefulness, enjoying the small things. Sometimes when we're so focused on like healing and like fixing us that we don't realize that we're not actually broken. We just need to enjoy life more. Here's the truth. When we're on the healing path, we think, oh, I gotta really dig deep and okay, is this part healed? I don't know yet. Okay, let me dig back into the back. of my subconscious mind and let me dig into my heart chakra. Okay, is this part healed? I don't know yet. Maybe it is. I didn't cry when I did my guided meditation on healing my childhood trauma. So I might be healed. I don't know. Sometimes we just get way too focused on the process that we forget that healing is really just about letting go. Letting go of all the past. Releasing everything. Yeah, you can dig around. Find the trigger. If it needs healed, you'll know how to heal it. If it isn't, then yes, you can go into past life trauma and work that way with someone who's good at past life trauma. But for the most part, in this current life, we hold on to our trauma and our pain because we feel it has something to teach us, which is good. And it definitely has something to teach us, for sure. That is accurate. But the emotional tie that we have to that lesson, we don't need anymore. We don't need it anymore. We can actually let go. That is the final step to the healing process. So how do we learn to let go? We start living more in now. We start focusing more on our life now. And if the past comes up to say hi, we greet it. We say, I remember you. Thank you for teaching me lessons. Thank you for showing me a greater responsibility to who I am on the inside. Thank you for helping me be the best version of me. Thank you, James. I moved you up there. It's about showing gratitude for now and for the past. That is how you can start, with the simple gratitude. Hey, traumatic past. I had to deal with, here, I'm going to give you an exact example. You want an exact example? Here's an exact example for me. How did I heal my traumatic past? I went back and I was grateful that I'm not there anymore. Number one, grateful that I'm not there still, that I made the choice to move beyond it, like you are getting ready to do, right? Making the choice to move in to a place where you are free. So step one, be grateful that you're not currently there, or you're ready to move on internally from it, or actually physically move from it. So what else did I do? Thank you. Past trauma, where my boyfriend used to beat me up a long time ago. Thank you, abusive boyfriend of many years, for teaching me that I am important. Thank you for showing me a way for me to understand how important I am. Right? Thank you for showing me that I am still somehow able to give unconditional love, because I still cared for you, even when that was happening. So thank you for showing me that I am so compassionate. Thank you. It's about going back and saying thank you, seeing the beauty in it. And it's about saying, yeah, you hurt me, but guess what? I still wish you the best. Thank you for the subscription, Lemmy. I appreciate you. For 6 months in advance. Thank you so much. Lemmy, thank you. Sign me up. Thank you. Thank you to every part of my past that is gross, that is negative, that is traumatic. Thanks for all the support. I'm glad. Past pains. Yeah, Connor, past pains shape the person you are today. Yes, exactly. Without that, I wouldn't have any concept of how big my unconditional love can be. Like, without that, I would have no clue. I would have no gauge on how intense that unconditional love can be for somebody. And it's not saying that's okay that he would do that or treat anybody like that. That's still not okay. But it's also about not just seeing the story from your side of things, but them too. They're a human. Their life matters too. They have trauma on their own end. And it's about being grateful that you get to learn through them too. Like that partner who would hit on me, like literally throw me into a wall, that partner learned that from his family, who also learned that from their family, who also learned that from everybody else around them. It's passed along for the most part. So they had their own trauma, they had their own pain, they had their own way of dealing with trauma and pain of life that clearly they didn't know how to handle. So it's about offering compassion, not thinking that it's okay, but offering a compassion and just trying to imagine how they must feel in order to feel like their actions are justified. That's kind of intense. They would have to be dealing with a lot in order to feel like that kind of action is okay, right? So, for you, Connor, your first step, and everybody's first step really, because Connor's asking a very good message on behalf of everyone. Okay, how do I start my healing journey? Look at your story. Even if it's ugly, even if it's gross, even if it's dark, even if it's dangerous, even if it's abusive, even if it's scary, even look at it and realize you're here today, January 26th of 2021. You are still alive. And you are here in the treehouse, listening to a lovely message about self-love. So you have a big heart. People who don't have giant hearts don't usually stick around very long in the treehouse. People who are open-hearted. So look at your life and say, wow, I'm open-hearted enough to be able to absorb some of this information, not only for myself, but for other people. Isn't that kind of amazing? How I can go from one place to another. Very intentfully, very directed, very focused. You can switch your life around. You can change your story But you have to choose that that's what you want to do. So step one is choosing that you're ready to create your story instead of live with the old one. Oh yeah, thank you, this is Pepsi's reading. Connor, thank you. Thank you, Connor. So you begin the journey by giving love to everything. It's okay, Pepsi. Give love to everything. Put yourself in someone else's shoes if you have to. Learn how to forgive them. Pretend like you were them. What would you have to go through in life to maybe make the same choices as them? How? Because we're all human. We're all humans born with big, beautiful hearts. Things just kind of get mixed up and in the way sometimes. And I do think all of us have an opportunity to come back to that. And some of us are lucky and we've been there the whole time. But everybody's got pain. And pain is a part of life. But pain does help us understand beauty. Darkness helps us see the light. Cold nights help us appreciate warm fires. Everything is necessary. Good night, crazy bro. So that's what you need to do, Pepsi. Look at your life now and how beautiful it is and how beautiful you are. And look at the past and bring beauty and love to the past. Rewrite the story so that it can actually be one of healing and growth instead of pain and trauma. I know today, because of everything that I've worked on, everything that I've done, everything that I've shared, healed, expressed, I know that if any one of my exes or people that I've had bad relationships with, anybody came by and said, I've changed my life, I'm a very happy person now, I would be happy for them. I would be like, oh my God, congratulations, I'm so glad, I always knew that you could do it. Even the people who actually hurt me. And there's something beautiful in that, right? So start with that, Connor. Rewriting the story, hon. And I know that got really powerful, but I feel like there's a need for me to be really specific on how to start doing these practices, because people need to know how to do them. Like, I can tell you guys to do them, but if I'm not giving you an example of how to do it, like, it becomes a bit harder for some of us to grasp. Like, if you've never, kind of like the people who grow up in abusive relationships and then end up being people who abuse others. If they never see an example of how to work past that chain of events or that life story or that way of dealing with all their pain and frustration and anger and hurt, like, if they never see somebody change for the better, how are they gonna know what to do? You know what I mean? Like, how people need examples. So that's why I'm trying to pull really solid examples into this guidance now, because it is possible. You can actually do it. Okay? You guys just need a little bit of how. And I hope me sharing that story and how I've done it can help you know how to do it for yourself, so that I help heal you, you help heal you, and then you help heal lots of other people. Simply by just sharing what you've done and what you've learned. This is how we help loads of other people. This is how we heal the world, by healing ourselves. I wouldn't be able to teach you how to do this if I wouldn't have done it myself. So, how do you heal the world? Heal yourself. And teach others how you've healed. That's how you heal the world. Polly says she's the role model I never knew I wanted. It's okay. Life's too short to hold hate. Exes may be bad at times, but they do help you grow. Oh yeah, they totally do. Yeah. And that was still a beautiful person. Like, I did care about that person. Like, there was good qualities for that ex, even though they did really terrible things to me. Like, they were still a very beautiful person who also did very good things to me and for me and on behalf of me. Like, they weren't all bad. Yeah, the bad was pretty awful, but there was good there too. And even though I had tried to work with them on how to break that cycle, I clearly was not the one who was able to help them. So that's when I decided to kind of, okay, we're gonna say goodbye, but we're gonna say goodbye nicely. Okay. So yeah. So James, you're next in the queue, hon. Please provide me with your question. So Pepsi says, thank you so much. I'm sorry you went through that, but you're such a light to the world. Thank you. That's really what you needed to hear. I really hope that I can embody that kind of unconditional love. Virtual hugs. You can. You can. And you can still do that. I still have unconditional love for that person, but I did draw a boundary in realizing I can't help you. I can't help you break this pattern, even though I really care about you and I want you to be a happy person. And I know I would never hurt you. Right? I know that person was afraid of being hurt, and so they wanted to control everything, because loss of control meant chaos, right? So they did want to control things so that they would feel safe, right? But I realized I was not making the situation better, and that I was also not helping them learn. So sometimes you do have to leave and say bye, but I still wish you the best. And I didn't see it as failure, I just saw it as I'm not able to help. And at some point you are prolonging it, right? If I'm not able to help you get out of this pattern, by accepting your pattern and still staying here because I do care about you, is actually prolonging that pain, because I'm accepting that behavior is okay. And so it's very tricky. You just have to know when it's time, and every person has their own way of knowing. And increasing paranoia, thank you so much for the 3 months, hon. It is a good way to look at it. I agree. Did gratitude help you deal with any post-traumatic stress disorder? Yes, it did. Hi, Sphinxy. Seems like a lovely community in space. It really is. Yeah, it was pretty intense. You have a meeting, Don Don? I'll leave you in case you come back, hon. My readings can take a minute. If you're not there, I'll call you and I'll skip you. James, did you, maybe you're typing up your question. I'll give you a minute though. It's like the Caesar Milan approach. Wait, what? Dog whisperer? Wait, are you comparing me to a dog whisperer now? Wait, what? Oh. Oh, did he already type it? Oh, okay, there it is. Thanks. Thanks. I saw it. It's such a lovely community, and you're such a beautiful soul. Thank you, Increasing. I appreciate you. So, this is for James. Thank you, Muggin. I appreciate that. Or Fuggin Active. Thank you. My mother-in-law has been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And you're raising funds to take her to Germany? Be sending extra love to your mom. Your mother-in-law, James. I'd like to know if she'd be okay. And will we go to Germany soon? COVID is making it very difficult. We love her so much, and I just want to keep her well with everything that we have. I really hope she'll be okay and get the treatment in Germany. So I can't do health-related questions on Twitch, James, but I can do a mini prayer. I can't do health-related questions on Twitch. It's against terms of service. Or if you want to ask another question. You're gonna get food. Okay, Jathian. I want to do this song instead. Lots of love to James' mother-in-law. Everything in life has a purpose. Life and death. Everything changes. And it again, this message of control. Life is more beautiful when we let go. When we hang on too tight, we restrict the flow of change. When we hang on too tight, we can also not see the beauty in change. And I am one who believes no one's ever gone. Nothing ever ceases to exist. We simply just continue to be, but in another way that is new to us. Some people believe in reincarnation. Some people believe in an afterlife. Some people don't believe in anything. Regardless, I think we all agree things change. We might not know exactly what that change is, but isn't that kind of beautiful in its own way? How will your life be in the future? Okay. Let's see what's coming up for James and mother-in-law for the future. Do I believe in reincarnation? I've had some pretty crazy dreams that point to that being a thing. I've had quite a few crazy dreams that point to that reincarnation being a possibility for sure. So yeah, I would say me, myself, in my own life, do I believe that reincarnation is possible? Yeah. Just because of what I've experienced. Do I think I know exactly how it works or understand it? No. No. Don't ask me how it works. I don't know. I don't know. Or was I an Atlantean in a previous life? I have no idea, Polly. I have no idea. There was a joke going around a while ago that I was an alien. You guys remember that? Oh. Alright, future for James and the mother-in-law. Future for James and mother-in-law. The best healing message for James, please. Hey Vera, welcome dear. Thank you for your 2 months. I appreciate that. Two months hardly represents my appreciation for your work. Thank you. It's alright, we can have many more months of appreciation. You feel like it's your last reincarnation, James? I mean, you can always change your mind. See, I like to believe that the universe is full of free will, even after you're not in a body anymore. I prefer to believe that you can do whatever you want. You can come back, you can choose not to come back, you can hang out for a while and be a spirit, whatever you want to do. And then you can come back if you want. I also feel like if you want to go to Mars, you could probably go to Mars. I think you can probably do whatever you want, honestly, to tell you the truth. I like believing in the free will of all living beings. And expressions. Living expressions. Fiora, thank you so much for all those freaking gift subs. Thank you. Wow. Jeez. I appreciate that. And I'm glad I could make you feel a little more like you with just a little bit of guidance. You don't have to wait 10 months now. Nice. You want your kids to grow up on Mars, Scoofy? Hey, free will, man. You figure out a way to do that? If I ran the universe, which I kind of feel like I do, co-creation, right? If you're a co-creator on the planet, you kind of do run your own universe. Thank you so much, Vera. That was so sweet of you on Fierce Hair Game tonight. I even have some braids. I watched a movie. Job title, Universe Co-Creator. Thank you. Pockets ain't full. That's exactly what I need. So I did my taxes. I'm still drawing cards, by the way. I did my taxes today. And it's all for self-employment. Right? So what I should do next year is tell them that I'm a universal co-creator, a universe co-creator on my taxes. I really actually would put that on my taxes too. No, I put intuitive guide and painter is what I put on my taxes for self-employment under Lady Lunistar LLC. Because I actually have an EIN. I mean, you'll be honest about what you do. Exactly. You gotta have fun. If they're gonna ask, I'm gonna give them the real answer. If they're gonna ask, I'm gonna give them the real answer. Time to start a cult for tax reasons. Lady Lunissa would like to remind all viewers that she does not condone cults in its traditional sense. Oh god, you guys are so funny. You think Earth is boring, James? That means you need to really step up your co-creation powers. You think Earth is boring? I think Earth is really fun. I just started getting the hang of being on Earth now. So I think it's pretty fun. Let's be real, I run my own universe. Yeah. Hail, Luna. Hi, Silver. We still have 4 cards to get for Mr. James. Hey, Star Rising. Welcome in. You need to learn how to human properly. Oh, God. I don't even know if I'm doing it right. I don't even know if I'm doing it right. I'm doing it the happy way, that's for sure. I feel like I am doing it right because I'm happy. I'm not doing it according to everybody else's rules. I'm not doing it according to everybody else's rules or society's standard, but I feel like I am doing it right. But sometimes that means people are a bit confused by me. Luna is an ET. Thanks, Daniel. Aren't we all? We all are, kind of, aren't we? And thank you for the follow, CP. Welcome in, dear. You feel that, Jason, with helping people? Do you help enjoying your fellow people? I'm glad you do. Hey, Hollywood, welcome back. Oh man, I'm dropping so many cards. I'm dropping so many cards. My god. Daniel, you're convinced you're 100% ET. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced I am too. I mean, aren't we all technically ETs? Are you very noobish to tarot? Are the cards based on the dealer or the person getting the read? It depends on how the tarot... It depends on how the person reads tarot. So sometimes it's based on the reader, and sometimes it's based on the person being read. So I'm an intuitive reader, and I plug into who I'm reading for more information on the card meanings. So for me, it's more a reflection on the person getting the reading rather than what the technical meanings of the cards are. Some people are better at reading direct card meanings. So it just depends. But for me, I read from intuition. I don't know what really any of these cards mean. And a lot of the times for me, the card readings have a different meaning than what even the book says, or what someone else would say the card means. We have one more card, James. How would you practice tarot? You just tune into your intuition, unless you want to learn the card meanings. Depends on what you want to go for. What do you want to practice with tarot? Do you want to be an intuitive reader? Or do you want to be somebody who knows the technical meanings of the cards? How do you want to use tarot? That's the first question. Because how you want to use it will say everything about how you need to practice. So, we're still waiting for this one card. It's both for me, Pancho. Ooh. Hey, best friend girl. Welcome in. Aw, Bronco, thank you for the subscription, hon. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Well, you'd have to decide. You could just play around and see how you feel. You can change your mind later. Alright, James. You knew the sun would come up. It's the last card. So this message is very straightforward, James. I feel like everybody, including your mother-in-law, is feeling this defeat. Defeat. Lack of energy, lack of purpose, lack of drive, lack of forward momentum, a lack of why, a lack of motivation. But the card after that is the Angelic Protection card. So this card for me, this says Ace of Discs, but for me, when I read, this card is talking about angelic and divine protection. So it's about being protected by spirit and having that peace. So this is kind of saying, even though people are feeling defeated, know that you are protected and let that bring you the peace you're looking for. There will be more oppression. There'll be more flames to traverse. There'll be more obstacles to jump through, things to work around, fires to put out still, but keep going, because the end is the Sun card. Pancho, thank you for your subscription, hon. I appreciate that. It was so much discomfort at first. That's alright, that happens. That's why I have a lot of bots, like reminding you how you feel, walking you through it. That's why the bot will help you. And people in chat help too, usually, when you're there. But you can breathe through the discomfort and usually feel better afterwards. You all try your best for her. I feel like this oppression feels like this oppression card feels like you and a bit of okay, here, James. I feel like your mom is going to side, or not your mom, I keep calling her your mom even though it's your mother-in-law. I feel like she's going to side with structure, organizations, maybe even what she's being told. But I do feel like you and everyone else will be gearing towards another avenue. And the oppression will come from, at least from the lack of motivation. So if you want to push your mother-in-law in the right direction, really offer her the consoling energy through the being protected and offering that peace. Because I feel like there's a possibility for your mother-in-law to not really collapse on judgment, but let go of let go of self-preservation, or let go of her own will, because she's been feeling defeated so long. Like sometimes when you feel defeated, you just don't care about anything. And if you feel defeated and someone says, what kind of ice cream do you want? And they love chocolate ice cream, but they say vanilla because they don't really care. This is kind of this energy. Like I feel like she'll be more prone to just placate things instead of drive her energy and intention forward because of this defeat. So really work on taking care of that energy, soothing it, lifting her spirit up, letting her know she's protected, letting her know that peace comes from this, and she'll be better about making her own decisions. So we have to really stay in motivating her, because there is a feeling of placating just for the sake of getting things over. Does that make sense, James? I'm trying to be really general because we can't do health reading on Twitch. That's why I'm being so general with it, but that's what the cards have to say. So I hope that message makes sense. If you have anything that you need clarified, please feel free to ask and I will do my best. Oh yeah, let's do some singing bowls. Hi, best girl. Welcome in. Yeah. I don't know, Polly. I don't know. I can't say that, and I especially can't really touch that subject on Twitch, but I can tell a story. I can tell a story. Because my mom had cancer, and she had acute leukemia. It had come up all of a sudden, and I remember she had told me that everything was so rough, and you do kind of feel like, okay, I'm ready, let's just get this over with, kind of thing. Like you kind of do let go, after a while, because you get tired of fighting, right? Sometimes you get tired of fighting, and this is just with life in general. This doesn't have to necessarily be anything about cancer, or this can go back even to the abusive relationship. Sometimes you just get tired of fighting for yourself, fighting for others, fighting for your life, fighting other people, fighting situations. Sometimes you just get tired, but sometimes you also just need someone in your corner telling you, hey, you can do it. It's okay. You got it. Sometimes that's really all that you really needed, was just somebody to kind of help push you over that hilltop so that you can come sailing back down to a place of even neutrality, I guess. Hi, timidly. So we'll see who's next in the queue. Miss Umbra. Hey, J-Bye. Welcome to the treehouse, hon. Hi, Midnight Rider. Glad to see you. Mirror Knight says, is that a crab? And a monocle? That's where I draw the line. Come on, Master Chef. Master Chief? Wait, Master Chief? How do you join the queue? Exclamation point join. I think our slots might be pretty full though. But you can do exclamation point join So Miss Umbra, are you here, hun? Also, did we skip anybody? Did we skip anybody? The Sun card is a good outcome. The Sun card is talking about ultimate happiness. You always fall asleep because of the UK time zones, Poncho. That's alright. I do stream really late for you UK people. I'm sorry, but it's like only 7 p.m. for me. It's like 7:48 p.m. right now. Hey Molas, welcome in. You lost your uncle, Miss Umbra? Aww. I'll send condolence to you too, dear. For those that pass and move on, we simply are left with appreciating what was shared, what can continue to be shared. Why is it so bloody late? I don't know. It's across the world, that's why. So what are you looking to get from your cards, Miss Umbra? You love that the whole world agreed on that, at least the minutes, if nothing else. There are several things that the whole collective consciousness and the world can agree on. Number 1, there are 2 sets of 12 o'clock. One in the day, one at night. Number 2, humans should eat probably 3 meals a day. Number 3, adult humans should care for baby humans. And not the other way around. It depends on if you use the 24-hour time. Yeah, but still. How are you today? Hey, Arma Gordon. Glad to see you, hun. Is there a crystal you can give her? I mean, you can give her whatever crystal you feel like. James? Whatever crystal you're drawn to. Amethyst is good for general healing. Having third meal at 12 p.m. while looking after the little human. Nice. You only eat 2 meals a day. Other than Mirror Knight, who is just a pain. A pain in the butt on purpose. So Miss Umbra says, I lost my uncle due to COVID last week. I was reminded of a past hurt that I experienced in elementary school that I hadn't thought about for a long time. But now my brain is fixated on it, so I'm looking for some guidance from Spirit on either of those. Is this Miss Umbra was unhealed trauma in correlation to our uncle? Is that correct? These are correlated? I totally agree. I totally agree with you, yes. But yeah, Miss Umbra, we are sorry for your loss, son. We are sorry. They're not connected. Okay. Message from Spirit about Uncle and healing. Sometimes things come up because we realize life is too short to hang on to them. Let's use our Shadowscape deck for Miss Umbra. The other thing had to do with being bullied. It's just coincidental that it happened this week. It's an eventful week. It's an eventful week. What message do we have for Miss Umbra? This feels like a message of being young. So when you're young, you feel like, sorry, this music playlist is very hard to channel to. I'm not gonna lie. This music playlist is actually very distracting to channel to. So I am struggling today. I'm gonna turn it down. I almost want to turn it off, but this is almost a message of being young and like feeling, when we're young, we feel like we don't have power in our life. We feel like things just happen outside of our control, and that life is just something that happens to us, right? Because we are living and feeling in a place of helplessness a little bit. Like a child is not going to problem solve their life. You know what I mean? This is a mentality that's trying to be pointed out. This is a mentality of some kind. A young child would not deeply problem solve and resolve conflicts in their life or issues in their life. They kind of just accept it as what it is and work around it. So, Miss Umbra, I feel like asking you in your life now, what are you looking at in your life that has this same energy? What is happening in your life that you're looking at? What situations are you looking at and just simply looking around, working around them, instead of really diving in and finding a solution? Because you're not a kid anymore. Because you're not a kid anymore. But sometimes we get so used to that mindset, especially when we're young, that we actually end up carrying that into adulthood. And so then we deal with conflict and problems in a very passive, it's just almost like passive aggressiveness without like being aware of it. I feel like this is a natural state. Is this making sense, Miss Umbra? Is what I'm saying making sense? We still have conflict. You still are dealing with some type of conflict now. So this is not about working around it. This is about solving it. Not being passive aggressive, not being passive about it, not adjusting yourself around the situation, but really going head on and taking care of it. Hey, Sarah's woke. Welcome in. Hey, Democree, welcome. We have 2 more cards. I feel like this is the way that you get your new start. There are things, Miss Umbra, that I feel keep following you around, like energies of things, like certain events and conflicts keep coming up in your life, and you keep thinking, okay, now this is over and it won't come back. Okay, now this is over and it won't come back. Okay, now this is over and it won't come back. But then you slowly start to see that trigger or event or conflict come back, and you're trying to balance yourself out between it in a very passive way, almost like avoiding conflict, but it's already there. So really it's prolonging conflict because you're too malleable, right? Like I was saying earlier, sometimes by simply allowing, you are kind of making it okay to some point. At some point, somebody's got to draw the line and say, no, this is not okay. And passively working around it and trying to balance it is really kind of making that conflict okay, because you're learning how to work around it when really it needs to be eradicated. It needs to be actually solved. So I feel like what this is basically saying in these cards is that you've been feeling like this is going to end for a while, like I've closed the chapter, I've closed the chapter, I've closed the chapter. But then it, like I said, it leaks back in slowly into your life, and so you're balancing it and you, working your life, rearranging your schedule, rearranging how you talk about things, rearranging how you talk, rearranging who you talk to. There's too much malleability in you, Miss Umbra. You need to be you. It's okay to not want to cause conflict, but your conflict is growing, basically, because you are not standing up for you. And this is standing up for you in saying, I'm going to talk to this person anyway, or I'm going to talk about this subject anyway because this subject's important to me, or I'm going to, whatever it is. You are not a kid. You do not have to bow down and just let things be. You are in charge of your life. So, it's your life. Live it how you want. You are in charge. I do feel like this is going to bring you that new horizon that you've been looking for, that clear, brand new start, where a lot of this stuff of the karmic wheel starts to actually not come back. But I do feel like there's some form of like you need to be putting down boundaries. Good night, Vander. I appreciate you, hun. Sweet dreams. I do feel like there's some sort of division you need to put down, boundary you need to put down. You need to be laying down the hammer. You need to be more aggressive, basically, Miss Umbra. It's okay to appreciate the will and actions of other people, but there's a need for you to say no. There's a need for you to say no. Like really heavy. Because I feel like the no is really going to shake people up, but it's something that they need to learn too. No, it's not okay that you do these things. No, it's not okay that you say these things. No, it's not okay that I can't speak my mind. No, it's not okay. Things need to not be okay. That's your message. That's your message. Saying no. Definitely standing up for you. Hey Ashley Manning, welcome in. Let me know if you have any other questions, Miss Umbra. Sorry, this music is very hard to channel too, so I am adjusting as best I can. I'm used to my calm singing bowls that don't cut out anything. I'm used to my singing bowls that have a nice even tone and they're not distracting. But this music, some songs of this music can be really distracting. Miss Umbra, I feel like that is specific people as well as scenarios. It is so broad because it encompasses your entire life. So I hope that helps and makes sense. So you're asking, is that referring to setting boundaries with specific people or setting boundaries with scenarios? It's both. It's both. Okay? Gotcha. Yes. Yes. Alright. So we will see. Kingworth is next. Just record yourself playing bowls for a long time, then loop it. Yeah, that's on my list. That's on my list of things to do. Is make nice, calm, zone out music where I can just like zone into the music and like be in that space without being pulled down and out because of the music track. So, thank you, Sitankmo, for your subscription, hun. I'm working on it. You like a general reading? For career? General reading for career? I'm just kidding. Let's see what comes out. I mean, it would be nice, but I've also done quite a bit of work, so I kind of would like a pat on the back from Spirit too. I would really like a pat on the back from Spirit too. Pats on the back. Are you new to it, Ashley? I've been doing tarot now for, oh God. Who remembers when it was when I did tarot on stream? Who remembers? Does anybody remember when that was? Was that back in like, gosh, I don't remember when that was. Probably a year ago now. I would think, maybe? Maybe? Maybe it's been a year. She's psychic. She knew it was for career. Mm-hmm. How does one practice intuitive reading? You have to plug into your intuition. Step number 1. Know thyself. Step number 1 to intuitive anything. Card reading, energy reading, painting, just being intuitively, emotionally intelligent. Know thyself. Spend time with your own heart energy. That's how you start. If you don't know what that means, you're gonna have a hard time. But it can get much easier as soon as you try. So career reading for King. We got a few more cards to get. What else is in here? Can anyone join the queue, Lumi? Mm-hmm. Yes. I think our slots are full, but I can't remember. Exclamation point join and see if there's a slot. Hi, Mystique. Welcome in, dear. Glad to see you. Yep, you can join the queue. It does take us some time, though, to get to your reading. So you'll have to be patient. If you are in a hurry, for any reason, I do allow people to jump or skip the queue. Subscribers do get priority in card reading queues. However, subscribing is not necessary. If you are patient and you can handle a wait, it is possible for you to get a free card reading. It is possible. It is possible. Hi, Mystique. Welcome into the treehouse, dear. And hi, Anna. Hey, Moonchild. Welcome back. Alright. Alright, King. So there is a little bit. I do want to give you a bit of a pat on the back. Because while this card comes out first, I also feel like you've made a lot of progress here. So, but you're not done, right? But I think this card is coming out first because what wants to come through for you is this is what you've been working on, and this is what is going to continue to be processed for you. This card to me, this is futility. For me, this card says me against the world kind of energy. Like everything works against me. This would be an energy of nothing ever works for me. It's me against the world. Everything works against me. The universe does not have my back, is this kind of energy, basically. However, I do feel like this is something that you've been working on and working to shift the tides for. You're not finished, but I do want to give you that congratulations because you have made progress towards healing this card in particular. The Moon card is talking about this being a major influence for you, a major shift in consciousness for you, a upgrade for you, King. This is a subconscious pattern that you are currently finding victory over. You're deciding that when you tell yourself this, you don't feel better. And when you don't feel better, you don't have the energy to execute things in the same manner that you would have if you had more energy. So this is what you are currently working through. And they are happy. Because this has been your big block the majority of the time. Especially when things don't work out for you. You're okay with this energy when things are going well. You're okay to say the universe has my back. But as soon as things start going wrong, I think you understand you have a tendency to start jumping ship in your mind pretty quick. So this is about soothing that right away. Don't let that story continue at all. Listen to it, say it's okay, you can be upset, but we're not going to play out the scenario. Okay? Your next 3 cards is the Lovers, the Chariot, and the Lust. In relation to career. I'm going to ask Spirit for an explanation of the Lover's card. I do feel like this has collaboration energy in it. I feel like this is saying there's some form of collaborative aid that you're going to receive in the career field. So again, I feel like networking is super important. The Chariot comes out. I still feel like there's a potential for a move. I still feel like there's a potential for some type of move. This could be moving to a different town, moving to another state, moving across country. I feel like there's still some type of move that's on the table. Hey Maria, welcome to the treehouse. The Lust card is really talking about taking what you want. And it's not about, there's a different energy, and I think everybody will understand what I'm saying. There's 2 ways to say the same thing, but your energy behind it is what says the most, right? You can say, I would really like this job. But secretly, I don't know if I'm good enough for it. But I'd really like this job. Yeah, I could probably kind of do that. I mean, I would try really hard to do that. I know I would try my best to be able to do that, even though I'm not trained in doing that thing. I could do really well. And then there's, I really want this job. Yeah, I don't know how to do that, but I'm more than willing to do whatever it takes to get the job. It's two totally different energies. One has a belief, it's all want. One is wanting without believing that they're worth it, and the other one, even though they might not be qualified by the mind, they still believe that they're worth it. Two totally different energies. And I feel like this card is saying, grab it. Grab what you want. Quit selling yourself short, basically. There are lots of people that don't have technical qualifications. But this is about selling yourself. So it's not a lie to be overconfident. It's not a lie to oversell yourself. But do it in the right way. Yes, you might not have certain qualifications, but don't even play any hesitation on that, having any accountability over whether you can do a task. So this is about grabbing opportunities. One says, yeah, I don't have the training, but I'm pretty sure I could figure it out. And then there's, I don't have that training, but I'm not worried. I know I can do it. There's two answers. There's two totally different energies in there. It's technically saying the same thing, but it's got different energy behind it. And I think this subtle difference is what is being reflected back to you. The subtle difference is what's being reflected back to you. If you don't have confidence in you, no one else is going to either. Even though you say the right thing, if you don't have that confidence, if you don't grab life by the balls, basically, you feel a bit wishy-washy. If you don't grab it and want it and demand that it be yours, you can feel a bit wishy-washy. So that last card is saying, if you want it, freaking take it, okay? And actually take it, all of it. Okay, no holding back. No, I think I might be a good choice, even though I'm saying I'm a really good choice. It's the last part of your mind swap. You're welcome, King. So we'll do next in the queue. Average irregular. Nice. Nice. It is technically saying the same thing, but the energy behind it is really what makes all the difference. You want a general regular? Okay. I did get a text message that my donuts are here, so I'm gonna be right back. We're gonna go on a quick break. They lied. They said it was here, but I don't see it. I don't see them. Oh, no, they texted me and said it was delayed. Just kidding, it's delayed. Sorry, we still have to wait for donuts. You totally understand that, given your past experience. I'm glad, King. So average or regular wants a general reading? You drop it for donuts no matter what the situation, Poncho? I would too. Heck yeah. Yeah, Jamie, Daniels gave me some donuts. So they will be here, they just got delayed. I thought that was a message saying they were here, but it was a message saying they won't be here yet. But it feels like it's been a minute. Whatever. Whatever. They do their thing. I just wait around and the food eventually shows up at some point. You think you're healing in life and then your donuts are late. Yeah. You think you're smooth sailing and then you just still don't get your donuts. I'm used to delays though. I just see the delays as part of the beautiful process. Has it been 2 hours, Daniel? They text me and said, your order will arrive. Oh God. They just text me and said, something went wrong, we had to cancel your order. Look. No donuts. No. They've never done that before. I wonder what happened. Maybe they didn't have any. Maybe we've been ordering so many donuts that like now they don't have any. We threw your donuts into the wild. They're out in the snow somewhere. The cruelty. The betrayal. What the heck? It's alright, Daniel. They're refunding it. Let me know. I think they're refunding. They should refund the whole thing. Chat, please pay respects to the lost donuts. Is there now a donut shortage in the US? Maybe. Sometimes life does not give you donuts. Yeah, it's true. Y'all sound like a movie theater promo. Coming to a theater near you. Lady Lunastar thought she was gonna get donuts. Her stomach grumbled as she read cards, only to find out the donuts were never gonna come. I just decided that I wasn't gonna eat before stream because somebody always sends me donuts. So I was like, you know what, it'll be okay. I will eventually eat donuts. But I couldn't lose it on stream because, no one likes a crybaby. The music is so perfectly timed. Oh my god. You couldn't have timed that music better. Come on. Alright, average irregulars card reading. Oh. Spot on that was. It really was. No worries, donuts take precedence. It's okay. Iridescent. Streamer cries when delivery app says donuts delivered, then delayed, then canceled. I did. I walked out and I looked in the snow, and there were footprints. But nay, there were no donuts. There were no donuts. Sometimes you think the neighborhood dog just like runs off with them. But I didn't see any footprints. I didn't see any dog prints. Oh my god. Oh. The donut tracks. Yeah. I thought I would at least see like sugar, traces of sugar in the snow. Little bits of yellow dough. The hot dough melted the snow. Traces of melted snow because of the hot dough. No. No. Little circular prints. Basically, yeah. Maybe the donuts didn't want to be eaten. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the donuts didn't want to be eaten. Wow. Area 51's surrounding it as you wander in for a wee snack. Hey, Volt Ace. Good night, Pepsi Cola. Sweet dreams, son. Where an old lady made entirely of donuts tries to lure you into her home and puts you into a donut fryer. Oh my gosh. What? That sounds like a bad version of Hansel and Gretel. This is starting to sound like a really dangerously donut version of Hansel and Gretel. And yes, I did that on purpose. A dangerously donut version. You just have promos running in your head now. She thought she was gonna get donuts. Instead, she got tears. Dun dun dun. Coming soon to a theater near you. Which has been canceled due to lack of donuts. Don't worry, the donut makers have been sacked. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I'm gonna come back from this. So, Miravir, I'm technically vegetarian. I'm vegetarian like 80% of the time. I'm vegan 80% of the time. And I'm vegetarian the other 20. Donut tried to sell me that movie. It would be too good. Movie sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts. Lady Lunasaur would like to mention to you that no, I am not currently sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts. However, I do have a treat stream redeem that says you can give me my legendary jelly donut, which is from Dunkin' Donuts. Which I find Freaking hilarious. That was a little Monty Python, Anna, yes. The donuts strike back, yeah. People really do go nuts for donuts. Your reading says you need some donuts. Is there a donut tarot deck now? Is there a donut tarot deck? Somebody needs to go Google. Do they? I will buy the donut tarot deck. I really will. I really will. I really will. The donut tarot deck. Or make one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Average, irregular. Uh-oh. I don't like this last card. Uh-oh. Do you have... There's somebody around you that you should not be trusting. Somebody around you does not have your best intention. I feel like... Oh, let me get another card. Can you clarify these two cards, please? With another card? Interesting. Okay, let's start from the top. Aw, Mahavaria, thank you so much for those gift subs, hon. That was very kind of you. I appreciate that. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Average. This is your general reading, but I feel like a main theme is really coming through. I feel like there's a lot. Are you like, are you in a relationship, average, irregular? Or are you looking for a relationship? Because I feel like there's some type of rush. And I feel like that could lead you to something that's not healthy for you. Because this basically feels like we're doing some deep diving into emotions. Then we're turning around with the Chariot into fast movement. So I feel like I feel like something is going to happen or is currently happening that's going to trigger some deep emotional trigger in you, average irregular, that you're not used to or you're uncomfortable with. And so I think what's going to happen is you're going to go into this Chariot mode where you'll still be respectful of your deep emotion, but I feel like you're gonna want to switch this really quick into moving out of it. Instead of giving it the full respect and healing that it needs. I feel like this is kind of saying something is going to trigger something deep and wounding, and you'll be looking for a way to feel some type of consoling or console. Is consolace even a word? I want to say consolace, but like consoling energy is kind of what you're going to be looking for, or something to distract you, basically. But I feel like you are going to be very mindful in the way that you do this because the Magician card comes out first. But I feel like this has potential to really cause some trouble, because I feel like either when you're in this emotional space, be careful for what you're looking for and possibly attracting to you, or when you're in this emotional space, somebody else could see you doing your own managing and they end up sucking you dry. So I feel like there's two possible scenarios here. Either your emotional depth gets to be too much where you want to escape and find someone to kind of work off of, but that has a potential to be detrimental to you and draining of you and your resources. But I also feel like this could be an event that happens that brings you to this place, and therefore another person is, it doesn't even have to be a romantic partner. It doesn't even have to be someone that you're looking to partner up with. This could just be people coming to you and being attracted to you because you're in this lower place. Because I do feel like there's an event that's going to come around and come by, that's going to bring you to a lower place of emotional diving and delving. And I feel like you need to be careful about who's around you and who you're spending your time with at that time. Because I feel like you could be vulnerable to sabotage, people sabotaging you, people not having your best interest at heart, and people creating tower moments in your life because you gave them all of your resources instead of taking care of you. Does this make sense? Average? Irregular? Do you often feel like in times of trauma with other people, when other people are maybe going through the same trauma as you, that you tend to not take care of you and spend all of your time on them? Because that would make sense if that's your pattern. Like you would be like, I got this, I'm good, so I'm going to distract myself and take care of this other person instead. But that person is going to become codependent on you then and drain you. So that's what this is talking about. There's a potential for this to come around again, hon. Yeah, definitely. I feel like this could be a shared trauma, which is why maybe you would be prone to giving them extra time, because I don't really see you. It could be a relationship, like a romantic relationship, like you find the romantic relationship and they end up being draining. Just be careful about who's around you and make sure people are not draining you, especially when you're going through some emotional work. Okay? Take care of you first. Don't dive out of your emotional work to focus on finding other people to help or finding other people to be in a relationship, or don't escape from it. Do the work. Okay? Do you have any other questions, average, irregular? Do you have any other questions? Otherwise, we'll move on to Jason. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh my god. Did we smash? We smashed through that sub goal. No, the message was very clear. I'm glad. I'm glad. We'll see if Jason is still here. So we have Jason, Daniel, and Orion. See who's still here and if they're ready for a reading. Ready to do some work. So generally, if you ask for something that's on your heart, you get information that's more relative to you. If you ask for a general reading, you kind of just get what you get, and it may make sense or it may not. Generally, you want to ask a question from your heart, like something that you're working on, something that's bothering you, something that you need clarity on, something that you need guidance with. We can do a general, but usually for the first reading, I prefer you have something especially if it's your first time. It just lets the reading land that much more. And you can be super specific or not specific at all. Like, I would like guidance on love life, or I'm in a relationship and I want to be closer to my partner, so can we ask about that? Depends. You can give as much or as little information as you want. So I'll let you clarify, Jason, if you need to. Or if you really just want a general, that's okay too. See, I'm okay with this song. Hi, K-Dog. Welcome back. Hi. So being a bit cryptic or lunacy isn't a problem? No, Lumi. No. So, like, how am I doing on working on finding a bond with this girl that I've been talking to? Okay, let's see what the cards say, Jason. So what does Spirit want to say with this girl? You look lovely today. Thank you, K-Dog. What does Spirit want to say with this relationship with the girl? This is definitely the first card. If were you here for King's message, Jason? Will we become more than friends and become boyfriend girlfriend? I see that, Jason. Yeah, I see that. Like, I see that being in your question. And this kind of confirms it. Like the Wheel of Fortune and the Six of Wands. So the Six of Wands to me is recycling. So it's taking something old and making it into something new that ends up being for the benefit of everybody, or for your benefit, basically. So this Wheel of Fortune, I feel like is basically saying that life is always turning in your favor, but you have to be in control of the wheel at the same time, right? So the Wheel of Fortune spins in whichever direction you want to put it in. So when the Wheel of Fortune comes out first, I always ask people, where is your mindset? Are you looking at this new shift in a positive way, as I deserve to have this new shift happen? I deserve to have a partner who is loving and receptive. I deserve to go in a forward direction. Or are you spinning the wheel in the opposite way? Right? This is saying, be mindful of your energy. Which direction are you rolling the wheel? Or are you going in and saying, I think I might like this girl, but I don't know if I deserve her because I don't know if she likes me. You deserve a good partner. Regardless of whether or not they like you, has nothing to do with that. You deserve a good partner. Now, if you're turning the wheel against that, because the whole goal is having a partner. That's the whole goal. Right? We just want a partner that loves and appreciates us and brings out the best in us. That's what everybody wants. So be mindful of which way your wheel is turning. Again, it's like the job interview. If you were interviewing to be her boyfriend, which energy are you carrying? Are you carrying an energy of, yeah, I'm a pretty cool guy, I guess. I mean, I do cool things, and I am kind of funny. I'm sometimes emotionally available, but it depends on how they are, and I guess that kind of energy isn't positive energy. It's self-doubt energy. It's not enough energy. It's believing that you're not enough. It's self-doubt. It's self-conscious. It's a worry. It's a worry energy. If a girl came up to you and talked about themselves like that, you would probably be like, thanks. You either like me or you don't. You either want to be in a relationship or you don't. Do you understand what I'm trying to get across, Jason? With this message and this first card? Be really aware of what kind of energy you're putting out there. Because you can say nice things, right? Like, I would be a good boyfriend. But in your mind and your heart, you're saying, there's a lot of stuff I need to still heal, and I would be a good boyfriend in regards to these specific people, these specific needs being met in a relationship. You can already be a good boyfriend to yourself without any of that. So this is about selling yourself. And selling yourself to you first. Just really be mindful of the energy. Which way are you spinning your wheel? And you'll know which way you're spinning it. A card of spinning it in the positive way would be saying, I'm emotionally sufficient in myself and open in myself. I'm already a whole being, and being in a relationship would simply add to my life, not make my life. But if you ever have a relationship interview, it might be time to walk away. I don't know. I'd be interested in an interview, that's for sure. Hey, Metalunar. Is it acting weird? Is Twitch acting weird? Is Twitch acting weird? I'm not getting any errors. Oh, actually it is Twitch. It's not Streamlabs, it's Twitch. Holy crap. I'm still live though. So let's see what else is in here. Like, I almost want to simplify the message. Nobody wants healthy people don't want a project. Healthy people want to be in a relationship that allows them to be better versions of themselves. Healthy people want to be in a relationship so that they can benefit and expand beyond themselves in that relationship. They don't want a relationship to fix themselves. Like, healthy people don't want to get into a relationship so that another person fixes them or the relationship fixes them. So, and with this third card coming out here, the Two of Swords, I feel like there's a protectiveness in you. There's a defense. Two of Swords is protective. Like, I'm gonna protect me. Like, again, be careful of what energy you're putting out, because if you are putting yourself out there in a particular way, right, I'm doing the right things, but your energy says I don't trust and I'm afraid, You're technically turning the wheel backwards. Does this make sense? So really be careful. Because if you are closed off and protecting yourself, right? Because there's two birds here. And the gentleman with the black cloak holding 2 swords up across his chest to protect himself. I feel like a part of you is in defense mode. You want a relationship because it would be nice, but I also feel like a part of you doesn't trust being in a relationship. So what part of you isn't quite sure about a relationship? What part of you is afraid of a relationship? What part of you is still traumatized by relationships? Because that part is speaking very loud, I feel right now with you. So that needs to be taken care of. Because no matter what you say, the energy behind what you're doing is going to be this. Right? You can say one thing and feel another. Right? Yeah. Nobody likes secrets. Nobody likes secrets. And I'm not saying share everything with this person that you're not even really sure you want to be with them. Like, you just want to test the waters. You're afraid of rejection, honestly. And the fear of your rejection is making you hold back. Because you are afraid but you're also afraid of the offer. Like, okay, once they say yes, like, what does that mean for my inner heart? What does that mean for my own healing? What does that mean? Then all the crap has to come out. Right? Then all of that healing needs to happen. Then, you know what I'm saying? Like, once that door is open, how are you going to let someone get intimately close to you on a very intimate way if you're not open, if you're not receptive, if you're still afraid? And this Lover's card comes out after. Is it good now? I'm glad. I'm glad. You did refresh and it's fine. Well, I'm glad. Here's what Spirit doesn't want to happen. Here's what Spirit doesn't want you to live through again. And this is why this reading is being a bit harsh. Spirit doesn't want you to get this relationship and then still feel alone. How many other humans on planet Earth have gotten into a relationship? Hi, Luna Moon. Welcome in. How many other humans on planet Earth, you can raise your hand, have felt like this card reading? I think I want a relationship. I want to switch this friendship into a relationship, but if a part of me is still afraid of being hurt, of being rejected, of not being accepted, of not being accepted for all parts of me, my trauma, my pain, my triggers. But we get in a relationship anyway. And then what happens? We're still protecting ourselves while we're in the relationship. And what happens? We feel alone while we're in the relationship. We feel alone literally while we're in the relationship. This is what Spirit does not want for you. Which is why they're being really direct on focusing why you want what you want and the energy behind it. Because we can be in a relationship, but if we're still guarded, we're not actually present fully in the relationship. If we let our pain and our fears control us and how we live life and how we let people get close to us, we will always be alone, regardless of how many relationships we have. Are you understanding this message? And that's not what Spirit wants. Spirit wants you to be happy and fulfilled when you get into a relationship. They want you to not feel alone. So how do you not feel alone? You let down your walls. You let down your guard. You notice your own triggers. You notice the things that you still need to heal in your life, and you work on it so that you can actually live and be happy by yourself, but also in a relationship. Hey, Melancholic Moo. Is this making sense, hun? And I realize this is harsh. And I realize this has a lot of truth to it. And I know sometimes that can be a bit much to swallow. But this is for you and your highest happiness. My card readings are all about healing and helping and full fulfillment. Not just a yes, no, sounds good, maybe you should try it. This is a yes, you should try it, but realize that you have some things to heal so that you can actually enjoy the relationship. Because sometimes, even though we get it, we still don't get it. We have one more card. You like the haircut, Mystica? Thank you. I did cut it. It's been a while. I cut it a while ago. Hi, Melancholic Moon. I'll let Fates pick one more card. I'm glad it makes sense though, Jason. Yeah. I feel like you're gonna need to do your healing work, Jason. You can yes, you can go for this relationship. Yes, you should definitely pull down your walls and let people in, okay? At the same time though, I do feel like there's an emphasis on you to do your healing work, because I see a potential for conflict in the future if you do not. No one, you are the only one, Jason, and this is for everybody. Every human on planet Earth is responsible for their own healing. Every human is responsible for their own happiness. Every human is responsible to help themselves work through their triggers better. Every person is responsible for themselves. And I feel, Jason, like so many other people, and like I have even done this too. I've done this too. Okay, I'm not without fault. I've done this. Get into relationships so that each person can help fix the other. Like, I'm gonna get in this relationship because this person has a similar trauma to me, or they understand my trauma, and they're gonna help me heal it. But that does not work. 9 times out of 10, that does not work. And then this happens. Arguments, fighting, disagreement, conflict. If you get into a relationship with the intention that each person is my partner's going to help heal me in this trauma, you're already setting it up for failure. Because now what's going to happen if you get into a relationship and your mindset says this relationship and this partner will help heal me, you're setting it up for failure. Because what's going to happen is you will be expecting that other person to make progress on your healing. And what's going to happen, since you're waiting for them to help heal you, when you don't see progress in your own healing, you're going to find reasons to blame them. Because you've already chosen that this was why you got in the relationship. Like, this relationship should make me feel better. This relationship should make me a healed person. This relationship should make me... You understand? When you're putting that much pressure on a relationship, it's already guaranteed to fail. Those things that you want should already be coming from you. Already. They should already be your goals. A relationship is not there to fix you. It is there to better you. It is there to... It's not the cake. The relationship is not the cake. The relationship is the icing on the cake. And I'm taking a lot of time to talk about this particular reading because there are a lot of people who can learn from this. A lot of people who can learn from this. The relationship is not the cake. It's the icing on top of the cake. You are the cake. The relationship is the icing. I hope that makes sense, Jason. Or yeah, all the relationship cycles, all the pain from another relationship is gonna come back again, yeah. And then you're gonna go back into your reserved protection stance, and then you're gonna kind of fish out, is this person gonna fit the puzzle piece I'm looking for? Is this person gonna help fit my healing? Yeah. Relationship is going to keep playing the same pattern when you keep building a relationship based on the same need. So let go of that need and give yourself what you need. Okay? Yeah. And that's not saying, Jason, that because you're in this tough spot, you should not be with her, or you shouldn't try to be with her. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, make sure if you do, you understand a good reason for it, and make that your focal point. Be mindful of the energy and the intention you're putting into it, because that's what's going to come back. Use it for an icing on the cake you've already made. Okay? But I hope that helps. Jason says, I'm sure you're right. Going through problems within the family. So now I'm starting to think that getting in a relationship would clear my mind of what's going on. It can. Can that be helpful? Yeah. But not, can it be long lasting? Probably. But is it going to be long lasting if that's the main energy that you put into the relationship? That doesn't sound like it, doesn't sound like it, right? It doesn't sound like it. Now you want donuts and cake, Armageddon. Tell me about it. Yeah, good night, K-Dog. So I have lots of resources in my Discord where I talk about and their practices that I've used to help heal myself. So I know, Jason, you asked, how do I heal myself? Only you know how to heal yourself, right? But the first step is knowing what needs healed. What are you afraid of? What holds you back in life? What seems to be the story that you tell yourself in your mind that causes pain? You need to know what triggers you first in order to know how to heal yourself. Okay? Right, exactly, Jason. And that's what I wanted to point out to you. Because somebody, even though you have good intentions, if that is the main reason why you have the relationship, that's going to come through the relationship in some form or another. And they will feel that. And nobody wants to feel used. And you don't either. And you wouldn't really honestly want her to do the same thing to you, right? Like, I guess I'll be with him because I got family shit going on and I don't know, he'd be a nice distraction. You wouldn't want her to do that to you either. So just really look at the energy behind why, okay? And really open yourself up and be honest, okay? Hi, Silent Hill. And I know you don't want her just for that, yeah. Hey, Holy Shnikes, welcome in. You like cake, Slippin' Jimmy? Me too. Good. Hey, Spiritual Answers, welcome in, hon. I almost missed you. Hi. Welcome in. You have a heart of gold for helping out so many people. I know. I know. I know.
Bluetooth mode.
I'm only able to do it because I've helped myself. And every day it does help me a little bit more. As I help you, I help myself. And I remind myself of things too that even I need to review sometimes. Do you want to resume streaming, Daniel? But you get anxiety thinking you're going to fail and other things? So I have a practice, Jason, in Discord. I am doing mini meditation sessions with people in Discord for free. Meditation will totally help. Yeah, meditation will totally help. I'm starting to open up meditation sessions where we tune into emotions. Positive emotions first, and then the negative emotions. This is how you're going to be able to remember what it feels like to feel. Because in order to know what needs healed, we need to remember how to feel. And a lot of us are so stuck in our head that we don't remember how to actually feel stuff anymore because we're so protected. And we feel it for maybe a millisecond, but then we turn it off. Healing is feeling. Healing is feeling. We need to feel it so that we can heal it. Hey Laddie Art, welcome. Hi Wysad. So there are lots of self-help tools in my Discord. I think there's a self-help or self-healing resources. You can search in there, and it has all kinds of different meditations to help you get started. Meditation, people think meditation, and this is how I view meditation. People think meditation is to let go of the mind. But really, for me, the way that I look at meditation is a way to connect to your heart. And yeah, that means you let go of the mind. But some people think of meditation as simply letting go of the mind, and they leave it at that. For me, my focus with meditation is tuning into the heart. And yeah, that means then that meditation can be writing in your journal. Meditation can be listening to a song that triggers your heart. Because you're not thinking about why you feel what you feel necessarily. You're just feeling it. Meditation can be dance because you're feeling while you're dancing. And the mind naturally goes when the heart is ready. Hi, Wheel. Does it make sense to you, Plenty of Pisces? I'm glad. You're welcome, Jason, hon. So let's do some cards for Daniel. Daniel and streaming. What do the guides want to say for Daniel with his streaming? Ooh, well, the first card says it all. The first card says it all. Know why you want to stream. Everybody, we're at the point now. Have you seen Twitch? Have you been to this place called Twitch? Where literally anybody can have a webcam and push go live. Have you seen this magical place called Twitch? Thank you for the follow. Have you seen this place? So in a sea of lots of fish, in a sea of a lot of fish, why do you want to do it? And your why needs to be big. Your reason why needs to be bigger than your reason why not. If you want to do this and you want to take a lot of time into it and you want to devote some time to it, your reason why needs to be bigger and stronger than your reason why not. And this isn't just with streaming. This is with anything. Anybody that's got self-doubt. Anybody that thinks that they can't do something. Anybody that wonders, what is your why? And how big is it? And if your why you do something is small, and your why you won't do something is massive, you are the only one who can change that. You're the only one who can change that. I'm sorry, Twitch is being weird. Twitch is like, this is too much truth. This is too much truth. We can't handle the waves of truth being unlocked on the interwebs. Hey, Mr. Brightside. Welcome in, dear. Oh no, we're not done. We still have some time. That reminds me, I will think about closing it though soon. Because we have like... Oh no, we don't have too many. We have like 12 people. Is this making sense so far? I think it's hot in my room, so my cards are sticking. So I'm gonna have to do the old school shuffle that I don't normally do. The music today, Arma Gordon, is too distracting for energy reading. I can't channel well enough for energy reading. The music is too distracting. Hey Wookie, welcome in, dear. It's too distracting. I tried earlier, but it was pulling me out, so I decided to not fight it, and we're just rolling. We're just rolling with what we have today. Hey, I'm doing good, Wookie. How are you? We have 2 more cards here. So the second card with the tree and the flowers is my card of balance. So I feel like you need to I feel like you're really looking for balance in your life. A balance of responsibility and play. A balance of entertainment and learning. A balance of solitude and friendship. I feel like you're really looking for, Daniel, a balance in your life. There's something in streaming that once fulfilled one of your needs, either your need for socialization or your need for recreation or a need for community, that has been unbalanced recently. And I feel like you want to default back to that so that you can have that need met again. But I also feel like your life just needs balance. Just because you have this need doesn't mean you need to jump all the way in and spend loads of time doing it. I feel like you need more balance and structure, and that is how you're really going to get your abundance. You like the music and the vibe, Maddie? I'm so glad. Thank you. The star card to me, this is wish fulfillment. But I also read this card kind of, at least in this deck, kind of in a more negative way. Because sometimes we can be so focused on a dream and we have a very particular box that we like to put our dream in. Like my dream will be, I don't know, whatever it is. Like my dream will be to be a global sensation Minecraft streamer, right? I don't know. I just said that just because. I want to be on the Yogscast. Okay? That is my dream. It's a really great dream. But sometimes, when we put our dreams in a very particular box, we miss out on opportunities to have our abundance because we've simply expected our dream to be in a particular box. Or in this case, sometimes we can miss out on opportunities because we expect our dream to be in a particular cup. There's 2 cups in her hand, but she's really focused on one cup and not the other one. So sometimes this can be about branching out. I often read this card with a bit of hesitation behind it because sometimes we know exactly what we want. We think we do. In our mind, we could draw the loveliest picture of exactly what our dream looks like. But because of that, sometimes we don't take opportunities because they don't fit the box of our dream. Like, no, I don't want to stream Minecraft with this other group because it's not the Yogscast. Like, really? Come on, branch out a little bit. Maybe you thought it was Yogscast, but you really want to stream with like Hat Films. I don't know, I'm just giving examples. Does this make sense? Does this make sense? The Hierophant is talking about, for me in this deck, talks about somebody that has everything that they need in order to be successful. They have all the knowledge, all the tools, all the magic. They hold the key to their own magic. They have the tools and the ability and all the knowledge that they need. A Cosmic Tree House Minecraft server would be amazing. It would, wouldn't it? Maybe we should do that. Minecraft is chill enough, I'd play that. I'd play that. The Chariot is the last card. And I feel like with you in particular, Daniel, this Chariot card wants to talk about how, because the Chariot, let's think about, so the Chariot is a card that talks about forward movement, fast progression, quick changes, quick progression, moving forward. But in a very practical sense, a Chariot, if you really think about it, it needs a lot of preparation. Like, even though the Chariot is a very fast card, when we really think about it, like, the Chariot has wheels that need to be taken care of. It has animals that are drawing the Chariot forward. Specifically, it usually is horses, but in this card we have like interesting winged creatures. That's why I said animals. They're like all kinds of different creatures with wings. Something's usually drawing the carriage forward, or the chariot forward. You also generally, you have to know where you're going. You have to prepare for the journey. You can't just hop in the chariot and hit and like go. Well, I mean, what if the horses are dehydrated? What if, like, is everything taken care of? Has the wheels been checked? Have the animals been taken care of? Do we know where we're going? Do we have enough supplies for the journey? Like, I feel like there's a need for you to not jump into this without preparing, if that makes sense. In whatever you feel like you want to be doing, do the preparation work. Don't just jump into it. Because if you want to go for a long journey, it's a long journey, so make sure it's sustainable. Does that make sense for you, Daniel? But you have everything you need. Make sure your worry doesn't outweigh your positive. Make sure that if you do have doubts, you have a really strong why behind what you're doing. Because that's going to keep you progressing forward, even if things don't work out for you. Even if you get rejected for Twitch partnership 5 times in a row. It's technically, I think, 4. I think this time is try number 4. Okay. Even when things don't work out as you hoped, right? Because for whatever reason, right? We need your numbers higher. You gotta talk about weird things. Whatever. I don't know what the reason is. I don't really care. I don't really care what the reason is. Because, hey Sassafras, because when I'm here, my why is not tied to Twitch partner. It's tied to helping, aiding, growing myself, expressing myself, doing more for the greater good. Doing this for something bigger than me. Why would someone spend all their time streaming talking about other people's problems? Why would someone do that? Why would someone spend all this time streaming and like spending so much time on other people? Something bigger than me. Because even though someone very specific is getting a reading, Orion, you're next. The messages help everybody. Especially the people who just came in and they're not in the queue and they don't even know what the heck I'm doing right now. But they hear a message and they're like, crap, this is some truth. I needed to hear this. That's why I do it. Moon Knight, thank you for the subscription. Subscribed with Prime. Thank you. I appreciate you. So, Orion, you're next, hun. And it's much bigger than why things don't work. I could have given up so many times already. What do you need today, Orion? Hey, Toadsire, welcome in. I could have given up 1,500 times already. I could have said, well, I'm not making enough money. I'm not getting enough art commissions. I'm not getting enough viewers. I'm not getting enough whatever the other thing. There could have been so many times where I quit. There could have been so many times when I could have quit. I can think of loads of reasons why I would quit. I'm not getting enough donuts. Thank you, Arma Gordon. Yes. Oh, I was promised donuts, and I didn't effing get donuts. Desiccator. Thank you for your love, hun. I appreciate you. You need to sleep, Weeble. Good night, Weeble. You understand what I'm saying, though? Like, I could have used so many excuses, so many reasons of the mind to just quit. But the reason why I keep going is because why I do this is much bigger than any stupid purple check mark. Than any number of freaking subscriptions, than any number of people watching. If you've ever been here and you've ever watched the stream, you see that no matter how many people are here, it's the same freaking stream. Whether there's 10 people or 2,000 people. It's the same freaking stream. Sometimes we get a little carried away though with a raid. But we always come back. Right? Make your why bigger than all the reasons why not. And then no matter what happens, if you really want to keep going, you'll keep going because simply you don't know how to freaking stop. I don't know how to throw in the towel. I've gotten to that point where I'm just like, I don't know how to throw in the towel. Like I can't, like my heart cannot let me do that. I don't care how many times Twitch says no. I'm still gonna come up. I'm still gonna show up every day. I'm still gonna do me and be me and do my thing. Cause that's just who I am, and I've already put this much time and effort into it. And I don't know how to quit. I don't know how to quit. I don't know how to quit. You're trying to relax away your headache. We'll send you some extra love, Desiccator. Has it ever been 2,000 people? Oh yeah. Were you not here, Anna, for the Lemmy raid? Were you not here for that? Do or do not, there is no try. I think people say, I'll try, because a part of them thinks... I think people say, I'll try, because again, they have a very particular idea of what the outcome looks like, or what the checkbox is, or like what the outcome is going to be. Like, I'll try to bake a cake, but they have a very particular idea about like what that cake looks like, and they already are kind of putting self-doubt on it that they can't obtain that. Like, what if you just made a cake and it didn't look like a cake, but it still tasted like a cake? Is it still a cake? Like, why not just make a freaking cake? Why do you have to say you're gonna try? Instead of holding your cake to a standard of what a normal cake is, why don't you just make a cake your way? And if people ask why your cake doesn't look like a cake, you just tell them because it's your cake. It doesn't have to look like anyone else's cake. And then you look like an innovative soul that is a free spirit or a crazy person. Or a crazy person. Limit. Exactly, Moon Knight, yeah. Like the Impossible Burger. If it comes out too hard, just say it's a giant cookie. Exactly, Sassafras, yeah. Yeah. Just tell them that's what you meant to do. Because you were doing it your way. Just tell them, you can even say, I tried to make a cake, but it turned out like this. And you know what? I think I like my way better. You're gonna try to get a donut tonight. Lots of baked good references on this stream. Someone get her a cake. I don't think you can. It's too late at night. I don't think you can. It's too late at night. This was a general read, wasn't it? You're prepping the oven. Okay, I'll turn on my fax machine so that you can fax me a copy of your baked goods. I would appreciate that. I'll go turn on the fax machine. How about a king cake? A cake that's literally a donut? That's true. That's true, Moon Knight. Thank you for simplifying it for us. People are equating to what happens outside of themselves with their self-worth, which is a lesson to be had in this world. Absolutely. Cake facts, I wish. You weren't here earlier, Sassafras. I was talking about, and I've been saying this for a long time, about how they're eventually going to, we're going to be able to 3D print food and like send it to each other. So like grandma is like baking cookies, because everybody wants it. Everybody wants to just receive people's baked goods, right? Or like if you say, hey, I'm having spaghetti, like generally whoever you're talking to is going to be like, I want some spaghetti. Like 9 times out of 10. So I was talking about how I've been saying for years that people are going to start printing food, like sending food. Because before it was emailing food to people. And then I was like, no, there needs to be a physical way for the food to come through. It can't be electronic food. It has to be brought into the physical somehow. So then I came up with printers that you would print food. This was like 10 years ago. The people at my office were like, you're insane, but also maybe. But I was talking about faxing because, you know, faxing sends print information really far. Like you can fax somewhere across the globe, you know what I mean? Or across town. Whereas if you're just printing from your local drive or your local computer, it's not that far. So though I would say faxing just because of how far it would go. Anyway, you weren't there for that part, but that's what I was talking about earlier. As much as you have trouble with your 3D printer, Sean, you can only imagine how screwed up the food would come out. See, the thing is, Sean, the food can look however it wants. It's really in the chemists. The chemists who make the edible ink, it's their job to make sure it tastes right. And there are food chemists in the labs. Good night, Beneficent. Sweet dreams. All right, let's do this reading. Orion, your general reading. You're heading to sleep, Ender. Ender, I didn't even know you were here. You keep the stream on to help me out. Thank you so much. Love you so much. You're beautiful and amazing. Take care. Thank you, Ender. Good night, hon. I appreciate you. So this is a message for Orion. We have first the Ace of Cups. I feel like for you, Orion, this is talking about taking more time to get clarity on what your heart desires. The general energy message, the first reading of the stream, is your message, Orion. Because this is coming through again. in this reading. So the first reading was, what does my soul desire? And this was last week's message too. So we were talking about really taking the time to get to know that. So I was talking about how that practice works. How does one tune into their heart and their soul in order to listen, to know what this is, right? And then I was talking about Discord, where I'm going to start doing meditations in Discord. I'm going to start doing meditations in Discord, guiding people through how to tune into themselves, how to listen to their heart. How do you even listen to your heart, right? Sometimes we need the message again because people don't even know how to get to step 1. And I've been kind of assuming that everybody knows how to get to step 1. Like, yeah, listen to your heart. Duh. It sounds easy until you realize that you actually don't know how to listen to your heart. And you don't realize it because you've never experienced actually listening to your heart. You know what I mean? And I feel like this is coming through for you too, Orion. This is a new level of listening to your heart that wants to come through. We do have the Judgment card right after this. So I feel like, Orion, with you are learning how to be less harshly judgmental, but also practically judgmental. You are learning how to be balanced in your practicality and judgment. Because I do think that you realize sometimes you're a bit on one side of the fence. And I think you're realizing that the middle is really the safe ground. The in-between is really where you want to be. Right? I think you're realizing that all the way on the disbelief is just as toxic as being all the way on the belief. And I feel like you are now in the process of finding your happy middle, your happy medium. And this just isn't tied to belief. This is tied to how much you want to judge yourself. Do you want to judge yourself harshly so that maybe you get that motivation to be better? Or do you want to judge yourself a little bit more soft so that you don't beat yourself up mentally into non-action? There's a happy medium that I think you're trying to test out and find yourself in. That last group healing was really strong. I'm glad, Orion. The King of Swords is telling me about triggers, your past. You are fine and dandy and good and mentally clear until you're triggered. Until the past comes up to say hi. And then it becomes how much judgment is too much on one side of the fence. This is what you're learning. If you want more clarity, spend more time on your own. Spend more time in meditation. Spend more time finding your own light source. And through that, you won't have to fight your negativity. You'll simply let your negativity go. Right? And you'll hear me talk about this a lot, feeling is healing. Right? Sometimes we fight how we feel. We're like, no, I don't deserve to be upset. Or, no, I don't deserve to be sad. Or, heck no, I'm not feeling that sadness. Or, nope, not gonna happen. We're actually fighting it when we do that. We're actually prolonging our pain, and we are actually fighting it. If we want to heal, we need to let it come in, spend time with ourselves, feel it, and let it naturally go. You don't have to push it away. You don't have to pull it towards you. Hold on to it and struggle with it. And then try to let it go, but then decide you're going to hang on to it anyway. Rah. Rah. No, you don't have to do any of that. You can just let it go. And you don't even have to understand in your mind what is going on or how you're going about doing this. You just do it. Okay? And I feel like with this Four of Pentacles being the last card, I feel like usually I read this card in a negative way, where you are someone who's being drained, someone who's tired, someone who's lacking energy, somebody who lacks motivation. That's normally how I would read this card. I feel like with this reading in particular, though, this is the opposite. Instead of reading this sleepy energy in a negative way, I'm actually reading it in a positive way. You are relaxed, chill, rested, at ease, right? Cozy, peaceful, so peaceful that you'll sleep. Does this reading make sense, Orion? Good night, Jason. Sweet dreams, hon. You find listening very helpful. Yeah, listening is super helpful. It is helpful. Because the message, everybody can relate to the message. Wasabi Cashew, thank you for your subscription, hun. I appreciate that. Welcome in to the treehouse. Do you need anything else explained, Orion? I feel like the peace that you're looking for is attainable, but it's when you let go and allow yourself to feel. Be with yourself as you're feeling, whatever it is that you're feeling. That's how you heal. It's not the absence. Healing is not the absence of feeling negative emotions. Healing is feeling those emotions, breathing through them, and letting them go. Letting them go. And then, not just letting them go and saying good riddance, but letting them go and saying, thank you for teaching me. Thank you for teaching me the opposite so that I can appreciate the good. Thank you for showing me darkness so that I can understand to a greater level what light is. Thank you for showing me pain so that I can appreciate and understand a new level of happiness. But you can't get to that point if you don't dig in, find out how you feel, and feel it. You can't get to that point if you don't spend time with you. Hey, Nerdmeister. So Pancho is next. We'll see if Pancho is ready to go. And I do think I'll eventually move this to subscribers, but I do have currently a few things going on in Discord. There's a couple of guided meditations that I'll lead and meditation groups that I'll lead. One of them is focused on helping you channel into your heart space so that you can know how you feel in order to let it go, but also about tuning into your heart space and your intuition so that you can open yourself up to the truth of being you, and also opening yourself up to your own natural gifts. Okay, so those are things that I do in Discord currently for free. If you want to learn how to tune into your intuitive gifts, that is you'll have to talk to me first, so because you'll need a specific role. So please send me a DM. We'll have a little chat and I will offer you the role if it seems fitting. But yeah, those are the two things I'm doing in Discord right now. And we do have communal healings on Thursdays. And on the weekend, if I have time and if it feels right, we do some support on the weekend too in Discord. Hey Rockley, welcome to the treehouse. So I'm not sure if Poncho is still here. Let's see if Poncho. Are you here? Are you here? Are you ready for your reading? Remember, if I call your name, I need your question. I need to know what you want to ask the cards. So we have Poncho, Armor Gordon, Mr. Brightside, Don, and Veabel is next. So if I've called your name, please say hi. So I know who's here. What can we ask the cards? You can basically ask anything except for health. Like, health questions are a no-no on Twitch. So you can't ask me if you're gonna die, or if you're gonna get better, or if you can't ask anything about your body, basically. It's for entertainment and self-reflection purposes only. Allegedly. But you can basically ask whatever you need to, or whatever you want. That's right, Roger, you're correct. Spoiler, we're all gonna die. It's hard to... It is kind of funny that the most inevitable thing is and the most natural thing is the thing that so many people are afraid of. And the thing is, like, not just people go through that. Literally everything does. Stars, germs, plants, animals, planets, atoms, nuclear fusion eventually stops working. You know, like, everything does. So why the F are so many people worried about it? Everything does. But if you pay attention to the universe also, after that thing ends, it creates a new thing. So after a star dies, that triggers a new chain of events that creates new things. So really, did the star die, or did the star just change into something else? Did the banana peel die, or did it turn into compost? I needed a very simple example. Did it die? I think Poncho left. So I'll move on. Armor Gordon, what is your question, hun? Yeah, even non-living things eventually disappear. They don't disappear, they just turn into something else. Is it a loss of consciousness, though? Maybe when we were born, we lost the most consciousness. Did you ever think of it backwards? Maybe before we were born, we were all knowing. And when we were born, we lost it. And we spend time trying to get pieces of it back. Maybe it's backwards. Maybe we have it backwards. What does the guardian angel want to tell Armageddon? Are you here? Are you here? What do you want to tell them? What are you asking them? Because this feels like preparation. This feels like typical preparation. So, and here's the truth. Nothing can interfere with free will. Right? From everything I've ever heard, guides, no guides, angels, no angels, God, no God. Nothing can interfere into your free will. So I almost want to be asking you in specific, what are you asking of them? Otherwise, it's just standard protocol. Otherwise, it's just standard protocol. You didn't think of it that way, Sean? Yeah, I like to expand horizons. Let's see what the cards want to say, Armageddon, though. Sometimes we can be a bit in our head. Sometimes we can be a bit in our head and not our heart. Sometimes we can be a bit in our head and not our heart. Do 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 do. That's what's coming out, Armageddon. Sometimes we can be in our head, la 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 la, but really we need to be in our heart. The mind wants to go on adventures. Rap God, thank you. The mind wants to go on adventures. The mind wants to create stories. The heart just wants to feel. Sometimes it's just standard protocol. But we want to create more from it. So we will create a story or look for a story in it. So this is less about the mind and more about the heart. What do you want from this? Because that is the key to what you're going to get. If you want help with a past life, then that is aid that you are going to receive. If you have not asked for anything and are getting all kinds of signs and signals, that's standard protocol. So, what are you asking for? Because sometimes we do have things moving and progressing forward, and we want to run away with it, but we haven't set an intention yet. Nobody can do anything without your permission. If you are not asking your guides and angels for help with something specific, you're not going to get it. Because they cannot interfere without your permission. So, if this is connected to past life, it can be inspired, but I have a really strong tendency to have you not run away with this, Armageddon. Unless you've asked for it specifically. Because it can be confusing if you think every little thing has a giant mission behind it. Do you understand my concern? Hey, Jeff Online. Welcome in. Because this is something that a lot of people do. A lot of people will see signs and symbols. They'll feel the presence and the activity and feel all sorts of things, right? But they don't start the intention process. And so then they kind of end up not really flailing around, but looking for a pin in a haystack. Hey Jeff, welcome in. I agree, Vea. You think a big part of it is feeling lack of purpose in life. So do you see how you could be taking a small thing and making it bigger? Not that you don't deserve to have bigger, but without an intention, is it really bigger? Or are we looking for bigger because our heart is really looking for more purpose? And don't get me wrong, I've been here too. Okay, I've been here too. Hi, I've been here too. Okay, I'm like, 11/11, what is going on right now? Oh man, I need to write this down. What day is it? It's January 26th, 2021. I saw 11/11 today. What does that mean? What was I thinking about? Okay, I think I was thinking about work. Okay, work. Okay, yep, I was thinking about work because I was working. Alright, and then, okay, so now, well, what about work? Well, I actually hate work. I don't like work. I'm actually really upset at work. I actually really am sad at work. I have a bigger purpose. I know I have a bigger purpose. Like, that's what I think about all the time when I'm at work. 11/11. The door, the gateway. Oh my god. That means I'm gonna have a new purpose in life. Oh my god, what is it? Sometimes you need to freaking calm down. And just say thank you to it. If you have not asked for any specific clarity, simply just say thank you. Because sometimes we get way too carried away and it ends up being distracting from the real work. Does anyone else understand what I'm talking about and the message behind it? The real answer is in your heart. Ask things from your heart, Armageddon, and Spirit will answer with a synchronicity. You're going a bit backwards in seeing a synchronicity and then asking what it means. This is backwards. And I'm not saying synchronicities can't come to share with things with you, but I see a danger in going too far in this backwards approach. The answers come from your heart. If it's really a synchronicity, your heart knows that it is. Your mind does not need you to figure out what it is. Your heart will already know if it's a true synchronicity. Does this make sense? And I know a lot of people are going to be upset. They're not going to like this. because they like having fun with it. Have fun with it. And I'm not saying every time something happens, it's not real because you didn't ask first. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is listen to your heart, please, first, because that is how you're going to know the truth within you. Sometimes we ask for clarification on things that have no clarification because they're not actually from spirit. Let's just be honest. And so what happens then when we are starting out in this process, we rely on confirmation outside of us. Like, not that I don't want to help Armor Gordon, because I do feel like this is helping, but we do ask for clarification, like, I saw this message. What does it mean? What? Then what's happening is you're not tuning into your heart for the answer, which Spirit has already communicated to you before in another reading, that that's how they talk to you, is through your heart. Okay. So they're kind of pointing out again that the answer's in your heart. But yet a lot of us get caught up in what the answer means for our mind. And I guarantee you, it's a little bit backwards. Seeing a synchronicity and trying to make sense of what it is a bit backwards. Is it detrimental? No. Is it dangerous? It can be if you rely on it way too much and you don't listen to your heart. Is it an invalid way to get information? No. But don't make it the sole reason and the sole way that you get information. Okay? Really do this first. Alright? And I know this is hard for a lot of people to hear, because a lot of people are actually doing it backwards. They see a synchronicity, a thing that's labeled a synchronicity, right? 1111, 111, 222, 117, 17. My birth date is 11/1, 111. And then they go back and they say, oh, well, Spirit must have sent me that. Even though their heart never said anything during that entire time. Right? Or even though they never checked in with their heart about how they were feeling at that time that they saw that. So sometimes, yeah, we get way too carried away. So I wanted to talk about that first, Armor Gordon, because Spirit has a different message they want to talk to you about in this next few cards. But your main message is you're doing it a bit backwards, your synchronicities. So how do synchronicities work? Set an intention in your heart. Ask Spirit, God, whatever deities you believe in, whatever religion you believe in, whatever spiritual practice you believe in, ask them, or ask yourself, even your higher self, your heart, to clarify something for you. Set the intention, and then see what synchronicities come. Because then when the synchronicities come, you already know what they're for. You don't have to play the game. You don't have to backtrack the game. You're playing the game in the right order. Does that make sense? You already will know what it's for because you asked. Here's an example. Oh gosh, example number 1. Okay, I wrote down in my journal. Do I have a twin flame? That's what I wrote in my journal. And then I closed the book. And I was like, all right, do I have a twin flame? Please send me 3 symbols of this, whatever that thing in particular was, right? So please send me 3 images of this today, or 3 images of this today. And I just closed it and put it away. Then guess what? I saw 3 of those things. And I knew what it meant because I had already asked. And it was very specific things, by the way. Not like a red car where you see like 90 red cars down the street. Very specific things. So sometimes we're doing it backwards. So set the intention in your heart first. Ask for specific signals that Spirit can use for you, to you, so that you, when you see it, you know exactly what it's for. Okay? Make it easier on yourself. Alright, Armageddon, that's your first message. And that is also a message to everybody else dealing with spirit, angel numbers, lotta, all that crap. because we get really far into this sometimes. And the thing is, I think you're right a bit timidly. I think you're right a bit. And I was willing to ask that question because I didn't really care. I was like, I was okay if I did, I was okay if I didn't. I was just curious. Yeah, and you can always ask for confirmation over and over and over again. That's fine, but don't do it because you want a specific answer. Don't do it 500 times because you would really like a yes when Spirit's always been saying no. Okay? Welcome back, Eddie. We have a couple more cards here, though. I feel like there's some type of soul contract, Armageddon, that the cards want to talk about. There's some sort of soul contract, some sort of soulmate on some level. This could be, so soulmates can be romantic partners. They can also be best friends. They can also be family. They can also be just friends and acquaintances. Some type of soulmate is what they want to talk about. Is this something you've been asking about, Armageddon? Some type of soul family, deeper connections with people? Has this been on your heart? Home, the home card, soul family, and what it means to feel at home. Oh. Do you have past trauma at home, Armageddon? Interesting. Didn't I tell you, Armageddon? Didn't I tell you last time that your angel, I think, is a... And you might be right, this might be past life. Didn't I tell you before that your angel is somebody who knew you in life? This card is coming out to say that again. Do you have somebody in your life, maybe even in a past life, if not this life, do you have someone in your life who was part of your home it was a difficult, maybe even toxic relationship and they passed away. Because I feel like they are that angel. And I feel like they are still here because they are part of your soul family. Your uncle is a Gordon. Armageddon. Yeah. You can't think of anyone in this life like that. Then it definitely must be from the past, because this is coming through again in this card with the angel. But this, for me in this deck, this card when I read it is usually about someone passing away. So is there anybody, I guess maybe Armageddon, that is could be toxic, that maybe is not doing so well? Maybe there's health concerns there. But I feel like this has a very heavy tie to home, a soul contract, some toxicity, manipulation of some kind within this relationship. And they are very much connected to spirit because of that. I feel like this is going to be the next process for you. The next inspired step. I think you're getting mixed signals right now because, and you're not making much progress on this healing right now, even if it's past life healing, because you've been in the mind. So I think that's why the main message was so big for you to get out of your head and into your heart, because your heart is where the healing is going to take place. And as someone who's worked on some past life healing, I can tell you right now, your brain doesn't understand anything. Okay? Your brain is not going to understand anything. Okay? At least, but I didn't ask for clarity, right? I just did it, and I didn't ask for clarity. But the heart already knows what it's doing. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Armageddon? Do you need anything else clarified? Because I feel like that's coming through again. Otherwise, we'll work with Mr. Brightside. You went to their castle in Scotland, did you, Desiccator? Uh-huh. Hey, Matzerson, welcome in. Glad to have you. Welcome in. Yeah, I think I just need to practice listening to my heart. Yeah, I think so too. Welcome in. So we have in the list, we have, I'm going to list off a couple people so we can get moving. It's getting late. It's getting late. So I have Mr. Brightside, Don Pan Pan, Veabelle, Jimmy Silviano, Weeble, and Ginger Maiden. So if I call your name, please say hi in the chat, and I just so I know that you're here, and then I will go off the list as it is. Have you been to the Gordon Castle? Really? Nice. Alright, Mr. Brightside, you are first. So what do you need from the cards today? Oh, a couple of you are still here. Yay! You're almost there. You're almost there. for your free reading. Good night, Fairlight. Sweet dreams, son. I'm sorry. I know I've been really bad. At Channel Point Redemptions today. Clearly, I am not in the right headspace for it. So I will be giving everybody their points back. I can't give everybody their points back. I'm not a point Nazi. You will get your points back, okay? Can I say Nazi on Twitch? Maybe I shouldn't. Free reading? Yeah, that's how it works. Message from Spirit? Do my guides have anything to say? Your guides would like you to talk to them directly. Mr. Brightside, were you here for the previous reading? They would like to talk to you directly through means of your nice open heart. It's just so funny because, like, it really is true. It really is true. And I don't mind, but it really is. Why would you want to rely on anybody else? It's a self-trust thing, isn't it? Maybe at some point, but it's a self-trust thing. Listen, I've tried. And on the looky thing I heard back was some waxed. It's okay. We won't tell on you, thank you, Mr. J. The shop opens in 90 minutes, Lumi, and that's when you're gonna get breakfast? That sounds pretty good. I could use some breakfast. I could use a legendary jelly donut. Hi, Jesse. Alright, what other than leaving Mr. Brightside to himself for his guides to tell him things, what else do we want to tell? A lot of the time self-doubt comes in. We hear something straight away, but then we think it's our mind, our imagination. We think we're just making things up. So then we stop. We think our mind is just wandering. And we're like, oh God, I can't do this right. Let me reset. And then we go back in there again. And we're like, okay, what did you want to say? And then sometimes it comes in again. And we're like, no, I already thought that last time when I was making stuff up. Why is this coming through again? I clearly am still not doing this right, so let me start over. So let me unplug. Let me go back in. Alright, what do you want to tell me? And then it gets quiet. For a really uncomfortably long time. So then we give up. When really, we were right the first time. Wait, what was I thinking about the first time? I don't know, you cut it off. You cut it off before it got grounded. Maybe you can sit with things for a minute. A Clarina, welcome to the treehouse, hon. Hi. Hi. And this is hard for everybody. Everybody goes through the same process, right? This is part of the trust. So how do you know when it's, and I talk about this a lot, how do you know when it's something you're creating, like in your imagination, or if it's something that you're receiving. How do you know? And people who understand technology are going to understand what I'm saying better than people who don't understand technology. I think of it like this: a PDF file. If you are receiving, like, let's say you're a company and you're receiving a job application from somebody, it would hopefully be a PDF file, right? Where they can't change it, or you can't change it, right? If it's in its true form being sent to you, you shouldn't be able to change it. Or if you do change it, you have to put a lot of time and a lot of energy into it. Think about that for a while. If you're creating it, you can change it willy-nilly. If it's being sent to you from an outside source, you didn't create it, so you can't change it. I mean, you can, but it takes a lot of energy to change it because it's not yours to begin with. You have to find out a way to change it. You have to have resistance to the change. Does this make sense to people? Because this is how I understand it. This is how I can tell the difference. This is how I can tell the difference. If I listen to the things that I hear straight away, you'll understand better, Armageddon, when you plug into your heart, hon. If the things that I hear straight away is spirit, they can keep their opinions to themselves because I keep on hearing some messed up stuff and I'm not sure if it's me or something else. There's all forms of spirit, right? There's low spirit and high spirit. There's spirit in the middle. Your vibe attracts what comes to you. So if you have lower vibe, if you feel lower, you're gonna get a lot lower energy because you are attracting that and you are in that place. So is it spirit? Most likely. Is it the spirit that you want to talk to? That can be up for debate. Do you understand? And I think that you can understand what I'm saying, Mr. Brightside. And when I have instances like that happen, I just clear the whole space. And I have not had that happen for a long time. But I used to. In fact, my partner I was with a while ago attracted that kind of energy all the time. In fact, when I moved away from them, I thought I was less psychic because I had less crap going on. No, I just realized that I wasn't around a person who was attracting all kinds of extra stuff. No, just be discerning, Armageddon. Just be aware and be discerning. You can still listen if you want, but you are in control. Nobody can make you do anything that you don't want to do. If you don't want to listen to it, then yeah, raise your vibration. Get yourself emotionally clear of all that crap you don't need. Do your emotional healing. Raise your vibration through raising your emotions. Then you don't attract those things as much. And if they do stop by, you get rid of them real quick. You're like, okay, bye, thanks for visiting. It's time to leave now. It's time to leave now, bye. Bye. You do agree? Yeah. I agree, Fayabelle. Just be aware. I would say if you are new to listening and you are bad at having that kind of discernment, then yeah, I would quit listening. Like if you can't discern a positive reaction with spirit versus a negative if you can't discern on your own a positive interaction, with spirit versus a negative interaction with spirit, yeah, you need to just not listen to spirit. Okay? If you cannot discern on your own, then you don't have any business. Okay? But I trust this is an 18 plus stream, so I am trusting that all of you know the difference between a positive interaction and a negative interaction. Okay? Halo Twig, thank you for the prime sub, hun. Hey Maximum Steve, welcome back. You had a 5-year relationship, Fayabelle? Yeah, I actually did. I thought I was less psychic. I was like, oh god, I am losing my powers. Oh my god, I'm losing my powers. No, I actually had a night's peace of sleep because I wasn't around all that negative stuff. I actually slept soundly and there was no interruptions for months, and I was like, whoa, maybe I'm turned off now. No, I'm not turned off. I just have less garbage. It's not really garbage, it's less interference. Alright. Mr. Brightside says, I've honestly been trying to connect with my emotions at all. It's been insanely difficult for me. Most of the time I'm stuck in my head and my heart feels a million miles away. We haven't done a session yet, have we, Mr. Brightside? Or no, we did. We did. Didn't we? Because usually that's something I work on people with, if that's something that they want to do for their session. Bringing down the wall so that you can feel your heart. You need to relax more into your space. I wasn't sure if we had. I didn't think we technically did. Thank you for the follow, Bingser. So that's usually what I do with my sessions, Mr. Brightside. So that is something that I can hand guide you and hand walk you through. And it's more hand guided in the session than it is on Twitch, because Twitch has a lot of different energies. When it's a private session, it's just me and you, and there's less interference. I get pulled out of it less, which means I can accomplish a lot more in that time, which is why I have not done as many energy clearings on stream. Alright, here's your card reading though, Mr. Brightside. We have the 10 of Pentacles first. To me, the 10 of Pentacles talks about finding home, finding a place in the world, finding your dominion, right? So I always read this card as the dragon being a domineering figure reigning over the forest below. It's their dominion, it's their realm, it's their home. I feel like this is a reminder that your home is your home, Mr. Brightside. Your home is your realm, is your dominion, so treat it like it. I know there's a disassociation with the home. That's why this card is coming out first. Treat home like your realm, like your dominion, a place where you have your dominion. Treat your home like your castle. Treat your hometown like the beautiful gem it is. Reign over it and within it with love. The Ace of Pentacles. This is the Shadowscapes deck. This is Shadowscapes. The Ace of Pentacles is talking about family karma, family cycles. So we have 1 iguana, 2 iguana, 3 iguana, 4. Healing. There's a lot of, and we often think there's a correction that I want to put in healing family karma in this message. A lot of the time our mind thinks healing family karma means healing my family members so that they're not broken anymore. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Okay? Healing family karma is about healing yourself, the triggers that you've learned, the stories that you've downloaded, right? The programs that you've received, the thought processes that you have lived with through your family. This is about healing you. A lot of people feel sometimes with karmic healing that it's like about everybody else but them. But no, it's backwards. It's about you tied to your family. It's about healing how you relate to your family as well. And I feel like these two cards are next to each other, Mr. Brightside, because these are the two cards that you disassociate with the most. Your hometown, your actual home, and your family. So these two cards are coming out first because this is saying, hey, you are right on track for your healing, buddy. You're right on track. The Hanged Man comes out next. I feel like the Hanged Man is asking you to stay put. For now. Stay put for now. There's a perspective that you need to get that only home can give to you. There's a perspective that healing will bring to you that can only be appreciated when you're here. Not accept it. Love it and appreciate it. If there's darkness here, you appreciate the darkness. You don't have to say darkness, you need to be light. If there's darkness, you appreciate it for being darkness. But you don't have to accept it into being darkness that lives now. This is why this is so hard. You'll know when to leave because you won't be leaving because you're hurt about being here. You'll be leaving because you're excited about the future. And you don't want to leave hating home and family, hating parts of home and family. You want to leave loving these things because when you leave, you're gonna come back. Because you're not running away, but because you love it. It is possible, Mr. Brightside. You need to heal your child heart. You think you can't have fun and enjoy life with where you are. Hi, Blue Water. But you can. And you should. And you're being asked to. Your problems are not because of where you are. Externally, they're because of where you are mentally and emotionally. It has nothing to do with where you're located and everything to do with your internal condition. And that's not saying there's not darkness here, but there's darkness everywhere. So if you're gonna accept darkness as a part of life, why not start here in the things that matter the most? We can accept darkness in other parts of our life. We can accept that there's darkness in other parts of the world because it's passively accepting it. But we have a hard time accepting the darkness that is active in our current lives now, when that is the actual darkness that needs it the most, because that allows us to actually live a free life. So you need to heal your child heart. Do things that are fun now, in the space where you're at now. Play, enjoy life just as it is. Find activities that bring your child heart out of you. There will be time for you to travel the world, but you must learn first to cherish your own world first before you go. Hold reverence for your current world, your current domain, your current family before you go. This is the fulfillment you're actually looking for. You can still travel, but the love behind the travel will be less, because the love here is less. Do you understand your reading, Mr. Brightside? That was a very big one, hon. It's a very big one. So we're looking for Dawn Dawn, Veabelle, Jimmy Savano, and Weeple, and Ginger Maiden. Yeah, I'm glad. It's not every day I cry. I know. It's okay. And look, do you see, Mr. Brightside? I'm gonna point something out to you. Do you see how you put up a resistance to feeling anything for a while? You felt that wall, and you put it up there. But eventually you slowly started taking it down. Right? Because you're like, no, I need to feel this. I need to feel this. It's about allowing yourself to feel. Not forcing it, but when it naturally comes up, you say hi to it. This will slowly allow you to be in more control of how you feel. You're here, Jimmy. What do you need today, hun, from the cards? You'll be next, since you said hi. What do you need from the cards? Did you feel it this time, though, Mr. Brightside? Like you feel like you noticed it this time? It's not something I even noticed I do. The walls go up almost instantaneous without thought. You're not alone. A lot of people do this because we've been trained to deal with our emotions backwards. Just like everything else, backwards. What are my guides trying to tell me? Well, what did you ask your guides? Backwards. Backwards. Oh, I'm gonna feel something and hang on to it. And then swallow it. Backwards. Backwards. I'm gonna try and feel something. And then then I'm gonna repress it. No. Ooh, I'm gonna let that push down. Backwards. It's all backwards. Oh, I feel this thing. I need to talk about it a lot to get it out of me. I need to talk about it. I need to think about it. I need to resolve the issue. I need to problem solve the issue so that the feeling doesn't come back. When really all of that is just feeding into it more. Backwards. You think that you're venting, but you're actually making the problem worse. Backwards. And that doesn't mean things don't need to be expressed. They do. They do need to be expressed. But do you ever notice when you vent, you feel better for a while, but then slowly that creeps back. And then you feel like you need to vent again. It's just backwards. Let it come up. Let it say hi. Feel it. Cry. Get mad. Punch a pillow. And then breathe it out. Literally. Like, this is how easy it is. You breathe it out. Until you soothe yourself out of it. Soothe yourself out of it. Soothe yourself out of it. Are you sure? Yep, I'm sure. And guess what? You'll go through it And you'll eventually keep breathing, and you won't feel it anymore, and you'll be done. So people who sigh at their desk when they get pissed off, it's people that go, they are kind of doing it right. They're just not finishing the process. They kind of are doing it right, but they're just not doing all of it. They're doing 10% of it. The first huff is the first 10%, and then all of the 90 they're still hanging on to. I think some of you are like, oh my god, that makes sense. Was the book frustrating? I'm sorry. Ooh, you've been trying to breathe it out. So they want a general reading. Let's see. It's not, no, Wonder Pea. The only, and that's the other thing that people think. If I do family healing, family karma healing, like my family's gonna get better. No. No. Each person is responsible for their own healing. You are responsible for healing you. Your healing allows you to live better with any darkness that's in your life. That's what healing is for. It's not to fix outside circumstances. It's not to make other people be better. That's not healing. That's not even focused on you. Healing is for you to be better in you and your life, and learning to accept anything that life brings to you. This is how you become free. Emotionally free. Freedom. Freedom. And that doesn't mean that your family won't see you doing some healing and won't be inspired to do healing of their own. That can be a thing. That can be true. But it is not a direct correlation. So I don't want people to be doing their healing thinking, okay, this means my dad will stop arguing with me all the time. And then they find out that no, that's not the case, and they've been doing all this work, and then they quit because, well, I thought my dad was supposed to quit yelling at me. No, that's not how it works. They can be inspired to do their own healing. Each person is responsible for their own healing. I am not responsible for anybody else's healing. Okay? I just offer lots of guidance and assistance because I want to aid in opening that door. But I don't go around making sure y'all do it every day. I mean, I find out because the cards tell me whether or not you're doing it or not. Okay? Hey Rexy, welcome in. Does this make sense? Does this make sense? Alright, general read. Sorry, I went on I go on a rampage sometimes. I just want to, not that I want to like correct people because they're wrong, but like, I don't want people to have connections to things and outcomes because the outcome, I don't want people to be connected to outcomes that are outside of their control, because that means that there's a reason to quit. Like if my reason for doing something has nothing to do with my internal condition, then I have an excuse to not do it. Because instead of doing it for myself, I'm actually doing it for an outside source. And that may or may not actually come to be, so... Hey, Geralt! Thank you, Geralt, for your subscription. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Alright, Jimmy. Let's do your... Back to Jimmy. What message do we have for Jimmy, please? From the deck. That's definitely one. I like the first card. I like the first card. Sean, thank you so much for that Prime subscription, hun. I appreciate that. It helps me out so much. You don't even know. You don't even know. This is actually my job. This is actually what I spend all of my time doing. So that I can help myself, but also that I can help as many people as possible. I aim to make spirituality stupidly simple. Because it really is stupidly simple. Hi, Ellie Cart. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Alright, Jimmy. Holy crap, man. You've been doing good deeds? You're good at your job. You have a beautiful stream. Thank you, Sean. That was very sweet. I can only do a good job because there are so many of you in the community and who get the readings that are honestly open to the truth and open-hearted enough and open-minded enough to realize that there is something to learn and that there is change to be made and that there is growth to be had, and that just because you need healing and growth and expansion doesn't mean you're broken. It just means you're upgrading, right? And sometimes that comes with some really hard truths. But if everybody I got a card reading from was angry at the fact that I was telling them the truth and didn't want to do the work and didn't want to listen, and do you realize how less I would probably want to do readings? So really, thank you guys for being receptive and understanding, and just thank you for wanting better for yourself, right? Thank you for wanting better for yourself. Because that's really it. You guys wouldn't be asking these questions. I don't think you'd be hanging out in the stream too long. You'd probably get bored about all this self-help crap. You'd probably get bored pretty quick. You'd be like, nah, this is not my cup of tea. Right? You would probably just be like, I'm good. And that's okay. But it does help when you guys are open to it. It does. Ooh. Donut drama? Yeah. Oh god. Somebody's gonna have to get me donuts tomorrow. That's what I'm hearing. Try again tomorrow for the legendary jelly donut. How do we acquire your services for a reading, Osman? Do you mean on Twitch or private services? Because I offer both. Donut drama is the best drama. It really is. Who says it's tomorrow when it can be today? I guess it's technically tomorrow somewhere, right? It's 11:02 p.m. here in Indiana, which means in the UK it's already tomorrow. So I guess technically, yeah, it could be tomorrow. I don't think the donut place is open right now at 11:03 at night. So I do offer free readings on Twitch. The queue is currently closed, but I do allow people to enter the queue for a reading. I prioritize people who are subscribed because that does allow me to keep going. I do offer loads of free services, however. So you can get a free card reading on Wednesdays. They're mini card readings with channel points. So you can get free readings that way on Wednesdays. I also do, if you're patient and you're a follow and you're patient and you do get in queue, you can still get read for free. But that generally means you're hanging out for a while. Which, if you like the advice and the community and the atmosphere, you really don't mind. Because the card readings are actually very helpful for several people, even if it's not your reading. So, like, everybody, and that's the thing, like, as humans, we all deal with other humans' situations. Like, we all share pain, we all share situations, we all share questions a lot of the time. So it makes sense, you know? You've been hanging out, 8 Live. Yeah, see? Just hanging out. Still learning stuff, right? Hey, Lizzie, welcome to the treehouse. I don't really... So if it's a private session, you have me for an hour. If it's on Twitch, it's variable because I do pop in and out of chat. Basically, you get a reading until your message is fully understood. You can attempt to magically fax it to me, Lumi. That is so awesome. I appreciate your... I love you all so much. You all are so funny. Alright, Jimmy, are you finally ready for your reading, hun? This is actually really great energy. I feel like you have a beautiful heart. I feel like what I want to say first with this card reading is that you have honestly accumulated, Jimmy, a lot of good karma. That's why I was asking, what have you been doing? Who are you? What have you been doing? Do you do charity work or something? Because, like, I'm basically being told that you've accumulated a lot of positive karma. So you've got a good heart. You do good things for people. I feel like you also work well with others. And you have very good connections. So basically all of this energy in here, in this card reading, Jimmy, is all positive. Thank you, Ginger. Our Ace. Ace, thank you for that gift card, that gift sub. I appreciate that. You don't do charity work? It doesn't even have to be in the traditional sense. Would you be somebody who, if asked to do something, you would do it, but you would also do a bit extra? Is that typically how you would work, Jimmy? Like, you would do the task, but you would go a bit above and beyond because it's what's best. And you would just do it just because it needs to be done. Like, you wouldn't, like, I feel like this is so broad because this is just how you work and who you are. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Can't you see that as a little bit charitable? Like, oh my gosh, you're just giving extra. That's charitable. Jimmy. It's not charity work in a generic sense or in a box, but it is a little bit like charity work. Because it's doing the task, but doing it more because it's the right thing to do. So, the first card is the Hierophant. And this card, Jimmy, is here to remind you that you are a magical co-creator in the universe. I feel like, Jimmy, you have been just riding the waves for a while. And I feel like you have done so much good, but what are you gonna ask for? With all that good karma in your good karma bank account, when are you gonna ask for something specific? When are you gonna spend some time really giving yourself something grand? And I'm not talking about stuff, because you get yourself stuff all the time. But when are you going to allow yourself to have something grand from your heart? Because you have a big, beautiful heart. But what big, beautiful thing can be given back to you? Hey, gold hairs. Hey, Matzer. The queue is closed right now. Generally, you would use !join. Wednesday, I am doing channel point readings, so we don't have a queue on Wednesday. We just use channel points. I feel like you do a really good job working, but there's a need for you to expand yourself and start having more fun, Jimmy. Imagine how much more powerful your heart can be because you do work from your heart. You genuinely care about other people that you work with. You genuinely want your work to be a good reflection so that it's easier for everybody else. You have a very giving heart while you're working. Can you imagine how much more giving your heart could be when you put that same philosophy on enjoyment? It's the pleasure card. When was the last time you went on a vacation? When was the last time you did something just sporadic for the sake of having fun? Good night, Armageddon. I feel like there's a chapter closing with the way that you work. Are you... Are you thinking about taking a break from work to go on a trip? Because I feel like that's what's being asked of you, Jimmy. I feel like Spirit is asking you to take a break from work and go have fun. Not that you do enjoy work, but I feel like there's a need for you to allow that beautiful heart to really shine and be giving and open in a more pleasurable enjoyment, like fun energy. Basically, this is saying you've done a lot of good work, you've done a lot of good karma, you are very good in creating your life exactly how you want. You're in a very good place, so why don't you let yourself freaking have some fun? Jimmy, you're doing a great job, so why can't you give yourself a pat on the back and go take a gosh darn vacation? Okay? You do a great job. Everything that you're doing is good. You have a good heart for why you do what you do. You have good relationships with people. You are really open-handed. You really want what's best for everybody. You're not selfish. You are giving. But what Spirit wants you to do, and what the cards want you to do, is give to yourself. Give yourself an event, basically. Give yourself an event, not just stuff. You're good at giving yourself stuff. Give yourself an experience, Jimmy. Ooh, what does that mean? Give yourself an experience. Ooh, that really hit a chord. Yeah, give yourself an experience, okay? 'Cause you deserve it. Right. Oh yes, you'll definitely have to go. Yeah. I would love to work for you, Jimmy. I would love to work for you. Man, somebody who's like a human at work, but still does an amazing job. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. That almost deserves a raise. Most people lose their humanness when they're at work. I think you understand what I'm saying. Like they're just there to get the job done, and so they can leave. You're not quite like that. You're welcome, Jimmy. So next we have in line is Veabel, Weeble, Ginger Maiden, Lumi, and Low Twig. So if I've called your name, please say hi in the chat so we can spend some time with you and work on reading some cards for you. You're welcome. Lumi is here. Nice. I've been acting human since the day I was born. Keyword acting. What does that even mean anyway? I should say people tend to forget their heart when they go to work. People tend to leave their heart at home. Like, work is just a job. And I was guilty of doing this too, okay? Don't get me wrong. I've done this too. That's how I know, okay? That's how I know it's a problem. Because I've done it and I've worked through that. Lumi Satori, please feel free to share your question and we'll do you. We'll read for you, Lumi. So, yeah, I'm from Indiana, Osman. Just Indiana. So I did. People have a time where they will, like I said, leave their heart at home and not take it with them to work. So then, yeah, they just become disconnected from themselves. And then they wonder why they hate work. You hate work because you didn't bring your heart with you to work. How many friends do you make at work? How many relationships do you make at work? Work relationships don't have to be bad. You also don't have to avoid them. If you're going to spend time at work, and work is going to be such a large part of your life, shouldn't you figure out the best way to make that work for you? I think you probably should. You're gonna rephrase it, Lumni. Okay. You're not human, Matsur. You are, because you're in a human body. You're just remembering another soul. So what is the missing understanding to my puzzle that has two pieces? What is the missing clarity? What are you missing to clarify your puzzle piece, basically? OMG, yes. You are a human because you're in a human body, but you are remembering another soul, which is the same soul, which is just your soul. You are just remembering another element of your soul. But you are here now in a human body, therefore you are human. So now your soul is experiencing what it means to be a human soul. But I don't want to be human. Yeah, you can keep saying that, or you can choose to finally enjoy it. Yeah, it's your choice. I think sometimes being vulnerable is hard for everybody, but it's still a choice. Yep. Alright, so we're looking for clarity to the puzzle piece that has two pieces. Very cryptic. Very cryptic, Lumi. Now I know why you're asking. For your very cryptic question, I will pull out my very powerful Shadowscape deck. For your very cryptic question. Alright, let's see what comes up. Any clarity? Do we have any clarity? Holy crap. Well, we're already getting cards flying everywhere. Where'd that one go? Oh. Get out of here. Alright, I'm good now. All is ones. I agree, Wonderpea. I think all is true. All comes from source. Do we have any more cards? All is from source. So all is a yes. Just not in the way that you're thinking it is. One more card. Do we have one more card in here? Do we have one more card in here? What? Probably would be. I'm not familiar with that YouTuber, but I think both of these cards want to come out. So you get an extra card. I think both of these cards want to come out. So your very cryptic message comes with a very cryptic response. Hey Zara Lozanne, welcome in. The first card that comes out is the Moon card. It's the card of intuition. I feel like you want to trust your own intuition, Lumi, but you also, there's a little bit of objectivity. Like you want to be a bit objective also. Like I feel like for whatever reason, you're realizing a need to be objective. But I still see you wearing your heart on your sleeve. And I still see you looking and investigating things to a deeper level and really looking at them not for what they show you they are, but for what they actually are. As before, your intuition would show you something and you used to take it at face value. Now, you're learning how to read what that face value actually is instead of what it looks like. Does that make sense? Sometimes we are presented with, this is an example, sometimes we are presented with a seashell. And to us, and our heart and our intuition, a seashell signifies protection from emotions. This is just an example. Okay? Sometimes that's how we intuitively interpret the seashell. Right? Because that's the association that we have with that imagery or that item. Because that's what that means to us. But now what's happening is you are seeing that seashell and not only seeing that it means protection from emotions, but you're seeing why it means that. And now you're diving deeper and saying, is that meaning still true for me now in this current moment? You are looking under the layers of meanings that have other layers of meaning. Okay? Nine of Cups. You are intuitively picking up on this. But you're trying to be objective because you want to check and see if it matches your new way of thinking and feeling. The Nine of Cups is talking about searching. He's a mermaid looking at the school of golden fish. Of golden fish. Thank you, Manser. It's about searching. I don't feel like normally with this card, this has an energy of I'm looking for something to complete me. I feel like this is it's almost like before some people search with an energy of I'm looking so that I may have. You are looking to see what is there and accepting and deciding if you want to accept what's there. Like, you're not looking to obtain anything in particular because you are an open door going to accept all and take the time to judge what matches you after you've kind of accepted it. And this is your way of being balanced. Not going too far in, but also not going too far without. Not going so much further into it where you get lost, but also not taking yourself so far out that you're not connected anymore. So it's finding your own balance. Because some things resonate and other things don't quite. But instead of seeing what doesn't, you're looking at the layer of why. And if maybe you can use that to your advantage so it does work for you in some way of healing or acceptance. The Ten of Cups is the next card. I feel like you're asking about a relationship or the potential of a relationship or what relationship you have to the events that are going on, or if it is a relationship or should be a relationship. This generally for me is a relationship card. That's why I'm talking about it and pointing it out. Because this generally will talk about soulmates, some type of soul contract, some type of relationship, some type of romance, or possibility of romance. But I think you're being really objective about this because there are some squabbles, there are some arguments. Even though it might not be arguments, there's some disagreements, there's some trouble. There's some push and pull, some pull and tug, some back and forth, some pulling and repelling. Which is why you're asking. Because sometimes too much of this can be really detrimental. But this kind of energy can also move us forward in our healing. And I think that's why you're trying to be objective. Instead of seeing this and running, like maybe would be a normal, typical response that most people would probably have, right? Oh no, you don't deal with that. I am way too good for that. No, ain't nobody treats me like that. Like this is the way we're taught to deal with that stuff. Right? Like I would never let someone talk to me like that. You know what I mean? Like this is kind of what we're taught. But even though we don't like it, and I'm not saying you like it either, there's an objectivity coming through that I think is being really helpful for you. The Nine of Wands wants you to remember the importance of traveling your own path and being your own leader. Bloomy is what this says. Remember first to be your own leader. Lead and live your life. Lead yourself. Be a leader to you first. I don't feel that this back and forth is going to stop anytime soon. Because I feel like there's still more to learn. So what can you do? Stand in your power. Stand in your own virtue. Stand in your own truth. Have a backbone. But unlike what ego and society tells us a backbone means, I ain't letting nobody treat me like that. Meh, with a push energy. Like, get out of my life. Ugh. With a push energy, that's a boundary and a backbone that ego and society tells us to have, right? Is that really healing though? Is that healing for that person? Is that healing for you? No, it's not. You know that you can have a backbone with the gentleness, right? In saying, kind of like what I was doing and talking about earlier in the stream, having that backbone with the gentleness, in accepting that, yeah, sometimes this is what we deal with in life. Sometimes this is what a relationship will bring to us. Arguments, fighting, bickering, back and forth, blame, arguments, disagreement, blame, lots of blame. You didn't put the dishes in the dishwasher the correct way. That's kind of, that's not really an example for you, but it's an example for a lot of people, right? Which battles are worth fighting and which ones aren't. And I think you're learning that none of the battles are worth fighting, because there's no reason to fight. So it's about accepting and putting up I don't want to say a boundary, but it is putting up a boundary a bit in a certain way with because we do need to draw boundaries so that people know what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. But we don't need to draw such strict, harsh boundaries that they're not even there at all anymore. Let each person make their own choice. Leave the door open. And this is the truth, not just for you in your reading. This is the truth for everybody with difficult relationships, difficult people. Hey, Green. Welcome in, Green Eyes. For everybody with difficult relationships, leave the door open. Don't cut them out of your life because they're toxic and they're too hard to deal with. Maybe you're too hard to deal with. Maybe everybody's too hard to deal with. Why don't you figure out how to make it work? Why don't you figure out how to actually work with these situations instead of ignoring them or working around them or avoiding them? Because these types of things are always gonna come up. Always. With everybody. Ever. Right? You can't avoid this. I don't care how much you don't like this energy. This bickering, this back and forth, this I don't agree with you, this you hurt me, yada yada yada. There is no way to avoid this energy in any relationship, let alone this relationship. So, why not take the opportunity to finally learn how to live with it? And that doesn't mean allow toxic people to step all over you and abuse you. No, that's not what that means. But that also doesn't mean that you have to cut people out. Learn a way of balance. If you have to say goodbye with love. As a loving boundary. I love you. I appreciate that you are human. And I appreciate that we both have things we're working on. But it's hard for me to be here. So let me draw a boundary for myself. So that I can feel safe and you can hopefully feel safe too. But it's about discussing it, right? If this is a relationship, if this is a relationship with anybody, you should be able to talk about this, right? You should be able to tell the other person, hey, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna draw this boundary. I'm gonna kind of take a step back from you for a while. I'm gonna maybe draw a loving boundary because I want to work with and work through this toxicity, this negativity, this blame, this anger, this whatever it is. You should be able to talk about it. And you should be able to make that decision in the relationship together. That's the goal anyway, right? If it's gonna be a relationship, you better be able to at least try to talk about this together. But a lot of the time what happens in relationships, we get to this part of the energy, and then ego kicks in, and we say, I'm better than this, so I'm gonna make this decision alone without you, toxic person, who I've deemed toxic, even though there's also beautiful parts of you, right? But now you're solely toxic, okay? Even though there's still beautiful parts of you, but now I'm gonna choose to focus on your toxicity only. There's a lot of truth in what I'm saying. And now I'm going to make the decision all by myself that you're going to be cut off from my life. Because you are just too toxic to me. Bye. By the way, I didn't tell you about it. I'm just telling you I'm breaking up with you. Or I'm just telling you I'm moving out of the house. Or I'm just screaming at you while I drive away. Hey, Miss Bonk, welcome to the treehouse, hon. Is that really healing? Does that heal them? Does that heal you? No. No, it doesn't. Because you want to know what's going to happen next. You're going to find a new relationship. You're going to find new people to be with. You're going to find a new person that you call family, right? You're going to find new best friends. You're going to find new people that are family to you. And the same thing's going to come around. Toxic traits are going to start showing up. And then you're going to have to go through the same situation. How do you want to handle the toxicity? Are you just going to pick up and leave again? Are you just going to pick up and say bye again? Are you just going to end the relationship because it happens to be toxic at the moment? Or are you going to make that decision on your own? Or finally, are you going to have a talk about it? Or are you finally going to have a talk about it with that toxic person? Sorry. I hope this reading makes sense. Lumi. A lot of that last part was for everybody, but I feel like it's for you too. Here's the truth. When I was in that's your reading, basically. Let me know if you have another question, Lumi. But I feel like a lot of other people needed that too. And it's not just with romantic relationships. Like, as soon as I say relationship, people are like, oh, romance. Oh, like a boyfriend girlfriend, or girlfriend girlfriend, or boyfriend boyfriend. Yeah, that's what I want. But those are the ones they have the hardest time with. Those are the ones they struggle with the most. Hey, Miss Bonk. Usually you just use !join. My queue is closed at the moment, though. We're wrapping up for the evening. So I'll list off other people in queue. So we have Weeple. If I say your name, please just say hi in the chat, and I'll read who pops up. So we have Weeple, Ginger Maiden, Low Twig, Sassy Kois, The Volt Ace, Sarang, and Mindsby. You should be having a conversation with people. That's the adult way. That's the adult way to deal with toxic energy. Okay? That's the way to deal with negativity. That's the way to deal. If you can't talk to that person, at least you tried. Okay? And this is where I'm gonna go back to where I was before with the toxic relationship that I was in for like a long time, okay? I wasn't in that toxic relationship because they were all bad 100% of the time. That's not true. Right? If they were 100% toxic 100% of the time, yeah, that's kind of a no-brainer. But that's never the case, right? That's almost never the case. There's always beauty and negative, right? Light and dark, positive and negative, beauty and ugly. It's all there. So if you need to draw a boundary, if you need to say, I can't deal with this particular thing, you should be able to have a conversation with that person to try to at least come to some type of mutual understanding. And if you can't, then yeah, go ahead and say goodbye, but say goodbye with love, okay? And wish nothing but the best for that other person, even if that isn't with you, because that is true unconditional love. And sometimes, yeah, that means you unconditionally love somebody from a distance. But if you do that, chances are they might come back around later. They might not. Either way, it's unconditional. So you're okay with it. So maybe there's something that we all kind of need to learn to let go of a bit with that. That did open stuff up, Bloomy. I'm glad. Are you leaving Mindsby? I just called you, hun. But Ace, you're technically next in line. So if you want to share what you need, we can work with you. You have no idea how much I needed to hear that, a girl. Yeah, I can't imagine. Because I've needed someone else to tell me that for a long time. So yeah, I can't imagine. I can't. I called you, Ginger. I called you. You hadn't said hi yet. So Ginger or Ace? Let her go, Ace. Okay. Oh, you ready to go, Ginger? Ace is gonna let you go. And then Ace, don't let me forget, because I already moved you out of queue because I was gonna do you. So don't let me forget that you're after Ginger, okay? Because you're not in the line. You're not in the line anymore. Because I already moved you to done. So Ginger, you can share, hun. Yeah, but this time I'd prefer to fight for love for once. I'm pretty decent with unconditional love for myself and others, but unrequited love has also been that alienating factor, ironically. This is unconditional love, Lumi. You're missing the biggest message, Lumi. This is unconditional love. When you are pushing out love and it's not coming back, maybe you should just be okay with that being okay. Or, if it hurts, pull back. You should not be giving out love to expect to receive it back. You should not have to force this. It should naturally already be occurring. And if it's not, then that's something that needs to be discussed. And if they can't come to some type of understanding or agreement, then you need to say, that's alright, I still love you. And goodbye. For now. This is true unconditional love. Giving love solely for the expectation of receiving it back is not unconditional love. That hurts some people to hear that, but it's not unconditional love. Giving love and expecting, okay, I gave love, so now that person has to be in a relationship with me. That's not unconditional love. So really ask yourself, why are you giving love to this person? I mean, really. And that's what I said. Look at the layers under layers under layers. Why? Because it really should just be love. And thank you, Maharita, for more gift subs. Thank you so much. And if your why is a little bit selfish, that's okay. You're a human. That's okay. Don't hate it. But really take time to find out how you can heal that so that it can be unconditional, because that's how you get that freedom. That's how you get that fulfillment. Okay? Hi, Post Malore, welcome in. Hi, Gremlins. Welcome to the treehouse. I appreciate you. Hi. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I'm Lady Lunastar. I'm kind of on a soapbox about unconditional love. Rot, 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 rot. I do intuitive guidance, card readings, energy readings, and intuitive painting. I just did a reading for one of our followers, and we are continuing to do a couple more before we go. But thank you, Post Malore, for your raid. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Tell us about you, what you do on Twitch, why you are streaming on Twitch. Share your heart so we can get to know you. And thank you for being here. The gremlins have arrived to spread love. That's so sweet. Hey Lena, welcome in, dear. And Yama, welcome. Kristen, Neventus, welcome in. Glad to have you guys. So Post, I'll give you a minute to write up something in chat for remember why you stream on Twitch and what you stream, so we can get to know you. Ginger, did you end up putting your question in the chat, hun? Or did I miss that? Oh yeah, your question's right there. So my question is specific. Ooh, about your dad passing. Okay. Hi, Hunchu. Welcome to the treehouse. Sorry, I just saw it. I went to scroll up in the chat to see if I missed it, but you had just posted it. You waited till after the raid. Calm down. Your voice is so soothing. Thank you, Lena. It is pretty comfy. I did. That's very smart of you. I like how you think. You're a clever one. You're a clever one. Alright, so let's do this question after we talk to Post for a minute. So Post says, I stream on Twitch to make a little safe space for everyone. And I play lots of indie games. Ooh, I like indie games that are cozy, and I also do tarot readings. I didn't know you did tarot readings, Post. I didn't know that's what you did. That sounds fun though. And you have a big, important mental health and deep talks vibe. So we do lots of chill, happy, healing vibes. Thank you for sharing, Post. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So feel free to give Post Malore a follow. Oh, Post is also on the stream team. I have not looked at the stream team in so long. There's so many people now. I need to go follow everybody. I have not looked at the list in so long. I need to go back and look at it and give everybody a follow. But I have not looked at it. Thank you, Lovely. You're welcome, Post. I appreciate that. Hey, Nobody's Puppet. Welcome in. So we are going to do that reading for Ginger Maiden, who has a specific question on their stepdad who passed away 10 years ago. So she does feel like she still hasn't grieved for his passing after 10 years, wondering if he's okay. Well, how would he not be okay? How would he not be okay? She joined a month ago. Oh, really? Oh, you were like, ooh, new people. I think there's new people like all the time. I think when I first joined, I think there was like 11 or like 10. And like when I first joined on Twitch, it was like me, Lucy, like Sky, I think did a little bit. And then Cosmic Unwind and Psychic I Am. That was it. And Ant was doing tarot too. But that was it. Just like, so that's like what, 5 of us? There's like 5 of us? So now it's like, I literally cannot keep up with the number of new people streaming tarot. Like, I just can't keep up. There's somebody new every time I go and look. Did you change your name, Moonchild? Oh, I think I'm remembering. I think I'm recalling that you did change your name. I'm recalling. Sorry. Hey, Soya SOS. Thank you for the host, hun. Oh, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. I was like, I'm vaguely remembering. You hate to read and run. Hey, that's okay. I do the same thing. So what message do we have for Ginger? For healing. Ginger needs some reassurance and some healing. I think Ginger's really hoping that Dad is going to come through on the reading. But I don't force that. That can happen, but that's not usually something I open up to on stream. That's normally a private session. But we always allow the cards to talk. And if they do step forward, I do let you know. Yeah, good night, Post. Mr. Brightside, I pretty much... Oh yeah, did I say Cosmic Unwind? I think I did. The number of people I'm able to watch is becoming smaller and smaller. Because... I don't know, it's just conflicting schedules. And like, I'm trying to spend more time of my life off of Twitch. I love you, Twitch, but some of you I can't watch because we're on the other side of the world. And some people now stream during the day. Like, I think I saw yesterday it was, or no, the last few times I think I saw Limmy get on at like 11 o'clock at night my time, which means it's freaking early in the morning for him. And I'm like, what? Dude, I really want to stay up and like watch you and like hang out, but like I can't. It's so early. I mean, I need to be going to sleep basically. I need to be going to sleep. I'm getting a nice healing message though, Ginger. Hun. You should sleep, but insomnia. I understand that. I understand that. So instead you have peanut butter toast, milk, and Luna. Aww. Child, that's so sweet. Do you love Cosmic Ginger? I do too. you watch a lot of his YouTube videos anytime you need a mental boost. You can get lots of clarity on his channel for sure. This is the second time the Tower card has wanted to come out, so I'm gonna actually let it come out this time. At least it's not the last card. At least it's not the last card. This is a positive change. Good night, King. Sweet dreams. This is a positive change, Ginger, that wants to come through for you, sweetheart, with this Tower card. I know a lot of the time people are afraid of the Tower card because, like, it literally means that you are... it literally means an ending, a destruction, a breaking down of an old foundation, a change in life. But this is all talking about internal work that needs to change, Ginger. And I hope that this change can offer some sort of aid to you in being a solid, emotional, not really pillar, but being emotionally free. A lot of my readings today have been talking about emotional freedom because that's actually really important. Yeah, Mr. Brightside. Yeah. So, what are the cards saying about your healing with your stepfather in particular? And again, if your stepfather comes forward, I will tell you. But if not, that's okay too. So the first card is the Chariot. And the Chariot, I feel, has a lot to say. And both cards of these do, actually. The Chariot and the Knight of Cups. They both have directional movement. So when I'm looking at these two cards and I think of your emotional state and your emotional well-being, I feel like these two cards are mainly telling you what you need to work on so that you can be emotionally free. I feel like you tend to let life dictate how you feel. Like when events happen in life, you take them as a reason to feel one way or another. Life is dictating way too much how you feel about life. What if, instead of looking at the tragedy, I almost feel like a car wreck or some type of accident with movement. What if that wasn't tragic? And this is going to take some type of mental expansion to see where I'm going with this. What if we believed in the life, and we believed in the universe, and we believed in God, we believed in just the way that life works so much that was not tragic, but yet something that could be beautiful? Because as equally life is beautiful, so can death be beautiful. And it doesn't make the life less important because they're no longer here on Earth. It can make the life more important by showing us every day in life is more important because they're all days to be treasured. Hi, Ixar. Thank you for the 11 months, hon. I appreciate you. A car was involved, but not in the way most would think. But movement was definitely a factor. Going with the flow. Too much. Hey, Tau Threes. Welcome in. So it does take some mental release in order to feel what I'm saying. And this is what I believe, and I choose to believe it because it makes me feel better, okay? I'm just being totally transparent, okay? I like and love to believe that when our loved ones pass on, they can choose, if they want to be our guardian angel. Okay, they can choose if they want. Which might be why sometimes it's harder to let go. Because a part of us knows they're not actually gone. Do you see the beauty in what I'm saying now? I think you do. And that feeling in your heart that never quite stops, never quite goes away, always seems to be just loving, just soft, just consoling enough, is them. But it's them on a greater degree. Can also rotate into being all of us. So, feel that consoling now, Ginger. Because the cards want to teach you something, okay? Because the cards are saying that you let life dictate how you feel. Therefore, life is in control of you instead of you being in control of life. Do you understand what I say, Ginger? When we are floating in the sea of life and we choose to be passive in how we float through life, the waves of emotion we just become reaction to. We just react to them. You're reacting to life. You're not actually living life in your own choice, Ginger. You are reacting to events of life, creating events into emotions. Therefore, you're not learning how to create how you feel. You're okay though, Ginger. You have learned this in multiple ways. Mostly through your association with others. Good night, Moonchild. I appreciate you. Lots of love, dear. This is learned. Hi, Bewitched Gamer. Welcome in. This is learned, Ginger, through your associations with others. You have a lot of feminine energy, Ginger, in your life. And they all do this. They all react to life and let life tell them how they feel. So you have learned this and seen this played out in your relationships with other people. I think you fear death so much because you have become comfortable in living in fear. Not because death is scary, but simply because fear is comfortable. Hi, General Seafood. Welcome in. Hi. I'm not gonna be able to answer questions about my cameras, dear. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. I set up the stream so long ago. Do you see how this could be true, Ginger? It's not necessarily the fear, because you know there has to be more. But it is scary because it's sudden. But it's more comfortable because you've been here so long to accept fear than it is to accept something other than fear. And I think your vantage point in how you reflect on yourself and the world is what needs to change. This is the tower moment that I feel you need to be creating for yourself. It's been 10 years, Ginger, and this is gonna be some tough love, hun. And this is gonna be tough love, but it's for your best healing, right? "10 years with a very heavy loss that we give respect to. But at some point in time, like all things that we see as painful, when do we want to change the story to a positive one? When will we finally be ready to let go of the fear story and replace it for one of love? When are you gonna do that? And not just with this, but with everything in life. Because it is a choice. I miss my grandpa very much. He was a great friend who would even come and visit me while I was at work, because he somehow knew my lunch schedule. And it was very hard to say goodbye. But I don't focus on that pain anymore of losing, because he's not gone. He's still here in my heart. And his love will never be forgotten. So, which story feels better, because that's the one you should say and share. You should do this because this is how you start to open your heart. You need to do this, Ginger, so that you can be emotionally set free. Your heart can be free. Your mind can be free. You can live your life in emotional freedom. Because right now, with the way you're emotionally reacting to life and your heart is guarded, afraid to love, afraid to feel love, because we're not focused on the beauty of love. We're focused on the fear of losing love. But we can't lose love. Every time I think of my grandpa, there's an equal amount of love, maybe even more love. There's more love now than there was when they were here. There's more love. How is that possible? If they're gone, how is there more love if they're gone? Because they're not gone. They're just closer. They're actually closer. Okay. So don't be afraid of love, Ginger. You know, I hope that helps. That's what I needed to hear. My stepdad was very special to me. Oh, I know. I know they were. It puts a lot more into perspective. I'm glad, Ginger. Thank you for listening. I know sometimes it's hard to have somebody tell you that you're letting yourself hurt too long. You know what I mean? Some people get in their mind about it and they're like, no, I should be hurt. They're gone. You know what I mean? Like, some people get really defensive because they're really attached to the pain, when really it's time to just let go, so that all that love can come in closer. And I feel like this message is a step that you can do that, not only with relationships that are not on earth anymore, but in all of your relationships. You know? So we'll see who's next today. So we have, I'm going to call the queue again. We have Lodwig, Seswix, and Sarang Alley. Sorry. So if I've called your name, please say hi in the chat so we can spend some time with you. Otherwise, if no one else is here, we will wrap up the stream today. Oh, thank you, Volt Ace. Thank you, Ace. Thank you. Yes, please tell me what you need. Thank you for reminding me, because you were removed. I called your name. I probably just messed up how to say it. So Psychos, I did call you. I did call you. I'm probably just butchering your name. How do you say your name? Ace goes first though. Feel free to share what you need, Ace. So General Seafood, the list is for card readings and guidance. People share what's on their heart, and we take time to listen to them and offer assistance. Today, that comes in the form of cards. That's what it's for. Is the stream lagging, Ace? That's okay. That's part of life. Do you like it, Seafood? I do too. Yeah. Some people stay. Some people... There's actually a lot of people that will sit and listen to everybody's reading. And they'll learn stuff. But they don't realize that they sit because they know they're in line. They sit for a while because they know they'll eventually get their turn. Unknowingly, downloading all the extra lovely information. I feel like it works. Sometimes when we ask the question, and I'll do your own reading in a minute. That's how it goes. But I often find when we ask the question, where is my place in the world? We tend to feel like we're small. We tend to feel like we are small, but we want to be big. A person in general who is asking, where is my place in life, feels small and insignificant. But they want to feel big. So, what I would say, how do you need to make yourself feel big? What do you need to say to yourself to make yourself feel big? What activities do you need to do to make yourself feel big? Because until you allow yourself to feel big, you won't act upon being big. If you think small, you will continue to act like you are small. So if you want to be big, be big. And then be big in your heart. Because feeling is healing. You want to be big. Feel big. Lena is asking, can something that is said in someone else's reading resonate with another person? Yes, Lena. Absolutely. Yeah. I feel like everybody's reading is really for everybody in a part. Maybe not exactly, but definitely in the lessons that are there. Yeah, for everybody. That's why I like it when you guys chime in like, I needed to hear that. Oh, I feel that same way too, you know. I like it when you guys empathize, or when you hear something that I say and like, ooh, it resonates, and you share your circumstance with that, or you see what I'm saying in another way. Not that what I'm saying is wrong, but you have another vantage point to it. I appreciate all of that. So I kind of encourage that with this platform. You like the braids? Thank you, Kratos. Thank you. And the buns. And the funky buns. You just popped in. I'm glad you did, Creotis. Thank you. So this is Ace's reading. Ace says, I didn't grow up with a father in my life, which helped shape me to be the man that I am today. So they're trying to see positivity in it. They've always wanted to have a big family and be there for their children. However, relationships are not easy, and I haven't found the right girl yet. I recently had a birthday, and I'm getting older. So I'm questioning my dream of being a father. So has my question is, what are the cards and spirits saying about me? Will I find my future wife this year? It's about relationship. Tempest, I'm so glad, hon, to finish up your work. It is pretty fun. Is your father still alive? Is your father still alive, Ace? So I'd like to clarify, this current reading is for the Voltic Ace. Just to clarify. So I'm just gonna gently point something out, Ace. I'm just gonna gently point something out. And I feel like there's something that needs healed here, so that you can have that freedom, but also that you can understand your needs and desires a bit more clearly. So, our inner child sits in our root chakra, but it will come up and talk to our heart. Okay? Anybody who's done inner child work knows what I'm talking about. Okay? So, I feel like I wanted to point this out to you, Ace. Because when I look at this situation, I see an inner Voltic Ace, a child version of Voltic Ace. I see the child of Voltic Ace looking for dad. And thinking they can have dad when they be dad. Good night, Wheel. Sweet dreams. And that does not invalidate your need or your want to be a dad, but I do simply just want to point this out. And sometimes spirit, life, our soul contract, our our journey that we detailed out in the cosmos before we came here. I don't care how you want to look at it, okay? Life sometimes, in whatever magical way it works, it won't give us necessarily sometimes what we want. Because what we want doesn't have the right energy behind it. There's a need to heal part of us first. Sometimes our healing needs to happen so that forward progression can be made. And I'm not saying that means you go and heal, you go sit down, hunt down your dad and have a conversation and like heal it. No, sometimes that's way too hard. Sometimes that is literally way too hard. And it actually can cause more pain. So, what can you do? Recognize that need and start soothing it now. Just go in there. Feel it. Know that that part is true for you. And tell yourself that's okay. Because you do deserve to have a dad. And it's okay that you feel that way. But soothe it. Listen to it. Because it is okay. And you'll find once that starts to be healed and accepted, listened to, and loved, it's alright, Dad, if we didn't always get along. Okay? It's okay if you weren't always there. It's okay if we can't seem to have a conversation. It's okay if we struggle to understand each other. It's okay. Because regardless of all that, nothing can change the fact that you're still my dad. Nothing. No matter how much confusion, disappointment, pain, there's still love. And nothing can ever change that. So, you still have your dad, Ace. Even though there's not that closeness that you're looking for, you do still have a dad. So change that story that you don't have a dad. Change that story. You do have a dad. And you choose to let him live in your heart, which is the most beautiful place they can be. You thought I was wearing cat ears? No, it's my buns. Do you understand, Ace? This is that unconditional love, Vault Ace. It's okay to wish that you could have a relationship. And it's okay if you need time still to try and make that happen. It's alright. And it's okay if you try and they still don't want anything to do with you. That's okay too. Because the love that you have in your heart can still be just as valid because it's unconditional. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hey Flass, welcome in. And that doesn't take away from the pain, but it does ease the pain. We're not invalidating pain. We are easing our pain. We are soothing that pain. We're not ignoring it, but at some point, you have to start soothing it. At some point, we have to start changing the story. We have to start focusing on something else so that we can heal and be free. You want to heal and be free now? At some point, you have to let go. Good night, Lena. Sweet dreams, hon. We have to be free. But we should give everything its best chance at success. Alright, Ace. So here's your cards, hon. The first cards, because this has to do with about being a dad, but really the message today is really about healing our relationship with our dad. And not healing it as in fixing the relationship and making it better. Healing as in healing our end of the relationship. Healing how we look at the relationship, right? We have to start with us first. So, the first two cards here you had to mourn the loss of your parents, Floss, that you never had in the first place, but should have had. It's alright. All the love that ever was and ever had the potential to be is all present and present in your heart now, in this moment. That's the truth. Alright. So we have the Four of Pentacles coming out first. So Ace, this is telling me that there is a sadness, a tiredness, a drained energy. The Five of Pentacles is showing depression. So I feel like when you... Hi Infinity, welcome. Infinity Lenol, welcome in. I feel like when you think about your dad, these are the two things that come up. You feel, oh, I don't really know if I want to go there. Or, oh yeah, it hurts. It makes me depressed. It makes me feel hopeless. What can I do? The love and gentleness is still there, even if it's not being shown. The attachment we have is always there, of love, even if it's not being shown in a healthy way. Even if sometimes we can't feel it, it's still there. Hey, Steven. So, the Ace of Wands is telling me about a fiery passion that's been ignited. I feel like the message that you've received and the reading that you're receiving now has really brought new insight to you. And you may need to watch this a couple times to really absorb everything that I'm saying, and that's okay. But I do feel like this is going to be a new chapter for you. I also feel like for you in specific, Ace, you tend to do work, especially internal healing work, on your own. I feel like this card in particular is asking you to allow people in to this process with you. Find some friends, find some family, find a support group, find a therapy group, join Discord. I think you're already in Discord. Do this process with a group. You need more than you. This will help you be more vulnerable and honest with you by seeing other people do it, right? By being in that safe space. I don't see a relationship coming in yet, but I do see you getting the spark to really get things going. So the Eight of Pentacles to me is the little spider on his spider web, gathering up all the resources, laying out the net and web so that they can catch everything that's good for them. So this is about gathering up everything that you can. Resources. This could be resources to help you on your healing path. This could be resources to finding other people. This could be resources to finding your dad. I see you really taking up the torch and going on the search in a very tangible way. Okay? No more sitting around and waiting. I see you taking up the torch, taking control of your own life, going for what you want, and putting yourself out there. The Ten of Wands for me is my home and community card. So I do feel like, again, this sense of community is coming through. I do feel like with this Ten of Wands, I feel like this is going to have and bring you a new stability in what it means to have a relationship with people. Like, have a community. have a family, it's almost like, how can you be alone for so long and want a family without learning how to actually create a family? That's really what this card is saying. You want to create a family, but you don't want to practice how to create a family. You want to create a family in a very particular way, but you don't want to create like a soul family, like a family of friends or a family of other people. Like, I feel like there's lessons to learn in basically Soul Tribe family first. We're going to teach you a lot of lessons and a lot of healing so that when you have your family, you're ready to go. Not that a family would not teach you those same things, but I do feel like there's a need for you to learn how to trust in the process, the full energy. Being free. Loss of attachment. Attachment to the idea of what creating a family means. I feel like through your search of healing yourself and your current family attachments within you, right? This is not about sitting down and hashing things out with dad. Okay? This is about going inside of you, realizing what needs healed in you, what has pain in you, feeling it and letting it go. That's how you heal. The other person doesn't have to know anything about what you're doing. Okay? Naturally, a relationship will reflect the healing that you've already done. You don't have to have a conversation about it. Okay? Naturally, the healing will show what has already been done. And I do feel like there's a lesson in that for you. That is your reading, Ace. So you have a bit more work to do. A lot more work to do, I feel, before this comes up. But there's a need for you to heal and put yourself out there and get into creating life mode. Okay? So I hope that makes sense. You have several big changes happening in your life right now. I feel like that's for the best, you know? You're welcome, Ace. So, you're going to be the last reading, says Sayakos. You are technically next. And it's fine if you resonated with Ace's reading, if you both have dad questions. But if you have something specific that you want to ask for, you can now, or we will move on to a raid. So I'll give you a minute. And I'm giving everybody their points back. Giving you so much to think about. Thank you. You're welcome, Ace. You're welcome. I feel like I give that to everybody. As much as possible, anyway. As much as possible. as much as possible. So, I'm guessing that that will be the end. If Daisuke doesn't want to share a question and they're happy with Ace's reading because it resonates, that's fine. We can find somebody to read. I'm not sure if there's a language barrier or what it is, but I think sometimes we don't quite understand each other. That's okay though. But I will find somebody to read. Let's see who's here for us to choose from. We have... Do we want to do somebody else who's doing cards? Since we're doing cards for so long today. Hi, Crunchy. Welcome in. I'm actually looking and trying to find somebody that we might want to read. Or somebody maybe who's just... Is there somebody on our stream team? I guess I should probably look. Since there's all these new people that I'm not following yet, I probably should look to see if there's somebody on the stream team. Ah, yes there is. Here. Hold on, I found somebody. Somebody that I'm not yet following. Here. I feel awful, but I have not checked the list in so long. Looks like they're playing a game. A Pokemon game? Pokemon Shield? This might be alright to read. This is Kitson, who is part of our stream team. So we are gonna go say hi. And say hi to them. Show some love and support. They're streaming a Pokemon game, so it could be pretty fun. I don't know if they do card readings, but they are on the stream team. So I'm gonna go say hi, and we'll catch you next time. I will be live tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be channel point readings, so you don't have to be subscribed. You can simply use channel points for readings tomorrow, but that is selective channel points. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, where we'll be painting, chatting, and doing mini readings. See you tomorrow, and I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for the love and support so much. Thank you for being honest and sharing your heart so that we can work together in healing you and me and everybody else. We'll catch you next time in the treehouse. Have a wonderful night and enjoy the raid. Sweet dreams, guys. Good night.